Hello. Good afternoon, actually. It is the afternoon. We are a little late, but we're here. Heckin' been a little bit of a later morning. I have a corn dog. So Lynn was telling me about this yesterday. And it's only a little 30-minute thing. Because my wrists are still kind of fucked up. Hopefully, it doesn't require like anything crazy. It just seems to be a visual novel. But we are here. If you want to enter, Lynn, you can. And yeah, and see where this goes. Just something a little different. I tried finding the other thing I talked about, but I can't find it. So I think it's been actually purged.
Puzzle time.
I guess Anthony can be here too. This isn't puzzles.
Okay. I thought Jupiter's that was the. I got confused with blueprints.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, it's okay. One moment. Let me just fix the Fugi.
We talked about a lot of games yesterday.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me just fix Fugi really quick. Just okay, it's just moving that. I don't want it to just move. 1 second. That's not what I wanted either. Ba ba ba. Why is it that some of the Fugis are just freaking out of where they're supposed to be? So let me find Lynn's. Yeah, that's simple. And then yours should just, there we go. There we go. B. All right.
Careful, hun, you're going to make me feel loved. I thought today would be Nian Nico Sugar and then maybe my silly side thing if there was time.
Well, the thing is, like, depending on how this goes, it might not be as long. So, we'll see where it goes. Let me just look at something really, really quick. Alrighty. Let's see. So, I'm not sure if it's got any sound. I'm guessing it doesn't have any voiceover since it's also free. So, we will play around with this. Where's my coffee? Here it is. Press F1 in-game for help. Okay. Dischan presents. Yep.
Oh, it has sound. Should have music.
Windowed full screen. I did. Yeah, okay. I'm fine with windowed. 1 second. Why isn't it showing now? Why isn't it? There it is. Display speed. I wouldn't mind if it came in a little faster. Extras quit. Okay. Hi, Astries. Hello, hello. Much of these stone walls and floors have weathered into dirt and dust, revealing the foundation. Much of the ceiling, too, has crumbled to the ground, layering in flecks and bits. Below me now is such tired soil. Tired, tired soil. There isn't much to do here but burn dead leaves and wait. Watch the smoke rise, curl up fresh, and tickle the inside of your nose. Dull as bones it is. But what can I do? I'm stuck. Some might say cursed. I'd rather say bound. I'd like to think very much about it. I kneel to the small fire I've started, taking up a few embers and loam into my palm. It's this glow that stirs me and reminds me that my heart is still beating. It's this glow. I bring the scorched earth close to my face, shut my eyes and breathe it in. I taste it and spit. It's barren. I'm probably going to wait here forever. What? There's an unnatural rustling not far off. West? West, aye. What is it? Ooh, another? Here? My eyes sharpen and my ears pick up. I feel my heart thumping into my throat. Should I be forward? Give a call? Would that work? Cry out, plead, help, help, damsel! A fool sort of lie. Would that work? No go, still. Listen. Just listen. Oh, these are loud sounds. Whatever it is, it's right busy about here. Noises tumbling rough from old doorways, chest wide open, and shops and homes are explored. 1 second, these sounds are a little too loud. Return. Scavenger then? Someone found this place? Hearing these sounds is just odd. It shouldn't be odd, but it is. Strange, I should remember such sounds. Oh, the noise is getting closer. Is it? Is it? I imagining this? No, it's surely in the manor. Oh, it's surely in the manor now, poking around the kitchen and lounge? I decide, on the chance that it will find its way to the ballroom, to stand. I take a good posture and await this new company. And to my surprise, he shows up at the door within the next minute. A boy? A man? What kind of thing's this again? He's carrying a pack and has a bottle on his waist. Maybe he's a traveler then. Doesn't look like he's noticed me yet. He's just wandered in. Stare adrift. After a few steps, I catch his eye. He moves a little closer to me in the face, and then some more to see my feet. He stops there. He's staring, now and doing nothing more. Come here! As if realizing something, he stiffens. His heartbeat beats loud in the air. I need your help, so come on, come here! He doesn't bend. What is he up to? What does he think this is? I speak again, this time with a little bite. Ow! Fuck!
Holy crap.
Ow!
Don't start with a fucking base plug. Holy crap.
Fuck!
I thought that was a good idea. Sheesh.
Holy shit.
Yet I saw music maxed out and knew that was coming. Apology.
Fine.
Ew.
Okay. What the hell are you waiting for, tit? Oh, have I been rude? Have I been rude? Oh well, you're cordially invited to move your dumb legs. For the first conversational words I've spoken in centuries, they could have been worse. He shakes with fear and stands back. A fiend? Slow, are you? What does it matter? What are you pissing your trousers for? Get over here. No way! You'll eat my soul! What? A smile cracks along my face. Your soul? Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. When was it last that I laughed like this? I grin. I grin so brightly, watching, chuckling while he shrinks back a little and a little more. Now, person, you're just perfect. A jester. Won't you lend an ear? Before I eat your soul? At my laughter, he glares. Steeling himself, he answers me. You're not catching me, demon. Got that? I've read the stories. I'm tired, but I ain't stupid. Am I that famous? Mercy, I left a mark. You know what I mean. Hell, I really don't. Fiends, devils, demons, all of ya. I know how it is. And how is it? You're all foul, and you try to trick people. Trick you? Trick? Oh. Oh, I really just can't believe it. What happened in the years I've been gone? And what if I'm not trying to trick you, person? What if I just want to hear you? You want to hear me? What the hell? Like, what's it you've read, lad? Do tell. Actually, I feel like with how she's talking, she should have an accent, but I don't know. Like, what's it you've read, lad? Do tell. I'd love to hear a story. I'm a little bored. I think I'll just leave. You turn tail on a bloodthirsty, wicked fiend. Look, I know something dirty when I see it. You ain't fooling no one. He's so precious. All right. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you. I, like all us fiends, devils, demons, am plainly trying to win your extravagant soul through my dastardly wit. Honest and true, I'm a rook. But please, at the least tell me of what you've read. Why the hell do you want to listen to me so much? 'Cause I'm bored. And your voice, your voice, I swoon. Bah, horse feathers. I really do want to listen. Would you be so kind? He's so genuinely considerate. Such a delight. I do want to hear him. In the meantime, I look him over a little more finely. He's got a fair face, but through the fabric of his shirt, I can see that he's muscled. A surprise. Even the soldier boy seemed a little bit lean back in the days. At the days I rode at Marley. I wonder what it is he does. He smells like an animal, in the most pleasant way that can be said. It's quite good. Also, he has the faintest scent of watercress about him, mingled with black oil. What a peculiar lad. I'd really better not stick around. I guess I can tell you some things. Yeah, I guess I could tell you. As long as you stay put, you hear? What's keeping me from you is more powerful than I care to challenge, person. Yeah, right, whatever. Here's a story. One from a book I read a lot when I was little. Oh, pardon. I find it very hard to think of you any littler. Quiet. There was a cobbler in Whiteacre who had nothing to eat. He was poorer than dirt. He didn't have a girl, and it made him real sore. He didn't have a gal? A dame, a sweetheart. He didn't have a wife. Continue. While he was walking down the alley, he met this man. He had on a dark cloak with a hood that covered his eyes, and the cobbler couldn't make heads or tails of it. He stopped and asked the cloaked man if he'd like his shoes worked on, and that's stupid. Why would he do that? Because he needed all the work he can get. Well, he should have gone around ruining shoes if what he needed was work. The cloaked man said he wasn't wearing shoes. He could use a new pair.
Oh no, she's American.
But obviously the cobbler's a cobbler, so he didn't make shoes. Tells him that. And the cloaked man says, actually, I could really use some new shoes. The cobbler looks at him weird and says he can get them if the guy's sick. And the cloakman says, would you do that? I'd do something for you then. And the cobbler says, like what? And the cloakman says, perhaps anything. He leans forward darkly as he says this. I smirk at the action. Now I know what you're thinking. I've heard this one before and know how it goes. Well, you don't. Because the cobbler says, perhaps not. And he walks away. How exciting. But here's the thing. While he's walking, he notices the alley's longer than usual. He doesn't think about it, though. Thinks he's just tired from work and keeps walking. But while he's walking, he sees another man in a cloak. He stops and asks if the man could use his shoes getting worked on. And the cloaked man says he doesn't have any shoes. The cobbler stops and looks at him and says he'd better get moving. The cloaked man says he could really use some new shoes. And while he's moving, I nod. He keeps running into this man in a cloak, and he can't find the end of the alley. Actually, every time it takes longer and longer till he sees the man in the cloak. On the 8th time he runs into the man, he stops and asks what's the game. And the cloaked man looks at him with yellow eyes. Says he could really use some new shoes. For what? The cobbler says. I don't know, the cloaked man says. Perhaps anything. What do you want? The cobbler knows exactly what he wants, but fiends have yellow eyes, and he knows a fiend. Nonsense. I actually sighed hearing that. So you're telling me if this story's anything good to adhere to, is that I might have actually already trapped you? Dunno. I don't think you did. Why not? He shrugs. I don't think you did. I really must say, your manner of storytelling is queer. What? It's strange. Oh. I don't know. It's just very strange to my ears. I guess. How's your story end? The cobbler gets desperate and makes a pact with the fiend to get new shoes by the next day. The fiend will give him gold for him to do that. So the fiend gives him the gold, but he doesn't make it. The fiend traps him in the alley so he can't leave. His soul is taken and he's damned. The fiend eats his soul and leaves the alley for a farm. Farm? Yeah, I know. I snort. That's comedy. I think that's supposed to mean something, but Point is, don't get caught up with fiends no matter what. You're getting caught up with a fiend right now. Well, you don't feel right. What? He shakes his head. Nothing. I look at him and try to figure him out. This throws me back. Used to read this so much back in 2014. Yeah, this feels 2014. I look at him and try to figure him out. Figure out his opinions and his story. And the time he's told it, he seems to have taken another idea of me. I'm not sure why that is either. I appreciate you telling me that story. Don't mention it. So, Peg, you still wary of me? Yeah, a little. I frown. Well, do you want me to tell you another story? The unsolicited offer throws me. Is he really asking? But no, if I'm too eager, I can't ask for that. No. I pause. No, I'm fine. If you say so. I'm gonna go now. Go? Yeah. I have to go, so I'm going. He begins to turn around. Stay! Please stay! Please, I won't take your soul! Honest, I won't! And then, like an idiot, I move my hand out, reaching for him without singular warning. I move past the second meter, past the circle's edge with my fingers, and withdraw with a start as if set afire. Dropping to my knees, I scream. I cry out and howl, clutching the flames and smothering them. Tears crawl down my face and I snarl with pain. I shut my eyes and moan. I hear him step a bit closer. You're stuck here? Looking up at him from the ground, feel my teeth chattering. Oh, no, I know why I want him to stay. Yes, I know. To rend him. Because as if it just wasn't so funny enough that vines sweat down from the walls and grass is born through stones so close, just outside this putrid circle. Now there's a human breathing before me. Comedy. Everywhere but here, but near to me, to my desolating blood. These years have damned me, cut and clawed beneath my skin. Scars invisible, but nevertheless blighting. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate the feeling it gives to my heart and the strength it takes in kind. I hate it. Ah, fuck. My flesh heats and I look away from him. Looking into his eyes enrages me.
How long have you been here?
Long enough to beg. Long enough, you hear? Too long. I've been in this sinking pile. Does it matter to you?
I want to know.
Well, I don't want to tell,
Sorry, miss.
Miss? I take a look at my clicking, stuttering hand. My sight still blurred with tears. It's sizzling. Small blazes dance between the fingers. I take my tongue to it, soothing the burns. You're a bald one, calling me a flap.
What, huh? No, you're no flapper, lady.
Okay. So, some of the weird, trips and grammar are getting me. It meant something different now. It means something different now.
Miss, it's just what you're supposed to call older ladies. Out of respect.
Lapping the flames from the back of my hand, I glance at him. Not right.
Are you okay?
I suck my ring finger and squint. What's that?
All right. Fine.
Is that okay? All right? All right. Hi, I am a fiend, yes. Heal fast. Though I can still feel it snap and pop in the joints. I whistle cool air through my digits and take myself from the ground. Are you going to stay?
I could.
Oh. Thank you.
I'm actually lost right now.
Lost, is it? Lost. That's a sweet irony.
Huh?
Don't look so addled, person. The irony's quite obvious here, isn't it? He squints. Think, after all, I can not even be lost. Forever and ever, I'll know where I am, and where I am is stuck. I laugh again, but he doesn't find it funny. He doesn't seem to find it much of anything at all. I quit it, wiping away a figurative tear. Oh, I know this place so intimately, it'd redden your face. He jerks and gives his head a shake.
If you... If you know where this is, do you know where's more?
So earnest. Don't know what more is. I know moors.
Moors?
Aye, moors. Moors, you follow?
I don't know what those are.
My. Ain't this a right dizzy jig we're dancing? Time's making fools of us both. He looks a bit hazy, as though he's having a hard time keeping his eyes fresh. I turn my head silently. What's more, person?
Where I was born. Live.
Town? A new town?
A city. I think it's been there for a while.
That's right. He doesn't speak, and I glance just over quickly enough to catch him at the end of nodding. Did you know this place was a moor for a time?
Miss, I don't know what is that?
It is a dead place. A wet place. I, too, was born in a moor. Can't your stomach read a mood?
Bleeding hell, I was about to tell a tale. Sorry. You're hungry, is it? Starving. Us fiends here, we only eat souls, and only for pleasure. Quit joking. Joking. Hey, you've got any food? What you blithering on about now? I look like I got food. I don't got any food, idiot. However, here. I thrust out my hands just before the barrier, palms up. Give me the chestnuts in your pack. I smell them. He hesitates. Why? So I can gobble them up. What do you think? I'll cook them for you. They're not long from the branch or the ground. Smells like you haven't cooked them, and nor have you eaten them. You prefer the taste of them cooked? He nods slowly, and I twitch my fingers, waiting. Is there something you want, for this? Your company for the morning, till noon. That's it? Why not? Okay. Deal. His words spoken like a kneel. It resonates deeply, echoing, and shakes ash from the walls. Startled, the boy covers his mouth. Deal, was it? I smile. Here. Did I just... Aye, you made a pact. Shaking his head, he sighs. Wordlessly, carefully, he takes off his pack and opens it up. Withdrawing a bustle of nuts in 2 hands, he moves forward. I look down at him, still waiting, and with steady movements, he brings his hands to mine. He holds my gaze, and I don't move at all. But I do think. Wait, couldn't I just, you know, quickly, just... My hands tense, but it ends with a thought. He drops the heap onto my palms. My fingers curl around it. Again, I turn up my lips. Seeing this, he hops back. Give me a moment. I take all but one into my left hand, holding the last between my right thumb and forefinger. Opening my mouth, I bring it beneath my teeth and puncture it with one of my fangs. I bite the shell, making a rough cut from one end to the other, and take it out. Observing the inner flesh of it, I spit out the shreds. Satisfied, I go on to carve the second, third, fourth, and so on. When I've finished, I hold the chestnuts aloft and make a hearth of my hand. So take a while, person, but not so long. Might we talk some? Sure. Then have a seat. Where did we leave off before your stomach so rudely interrupted? He sits, chin on his knees and eyes half-lidded. More... something? Ah, yes, I'll tell you a story about Moors in return for yours. Though rather than a story, a chat'd be nice, Save you a story for a bit later. What do you want to talk about? Moors. Oh, right. My Moor. Mine. There really isn't much to say, come to think of it. You said you were born there? Aye, like all fiends, I was born in waste. You've read about us, about how we make barren anywhere we stand, unconsciously drain life from earth for our sustenance. Pallid land and caligulous loft, air crawling low and damp with miasma, the pith of plants choked, sterile. I feel my face twisting to scowl. Sounds, sounds hideous. I know, because it is. Did you grow up there? Aye, a neat question. Aye, I did. Had a mother and a father. Always got me wondering, is this where I'll be when I get old? A bloody Moor? Guess not. You left it, then? Left it for many places. Was it like growing up there? tedious. Maybe I shouldn't have brought this up at all,
You just don't want to talk about it. That's okay.
No, it's not a matter of okay. There's just not much of anything to talk about. It's all very colorless. What about yours?
My what?
Your more.
Oh, it's not really anything special. Just your typical city.
Typical to me is not the same to you.
Well, it's big, loud. Streets are packed with folks. Lots of smoke and brick. My mom and pop run a farm near there, 'cause they're crazy.
Oh, is that where your scent's from?
My scent?
You smell like herbs and horses. It's quite adorable. You also smell like black oil, but I'm not sure where from.
City's pretty modern. I have to lift canisters of oil from place to place every Wednesday.
Oh, tough. He nods, huh? Very tough.
Hey, knock it off, will ya? I do hard work.
He kind of slurs his sentence, but is nevertheless determined to appear strong. I believe you. For your noble, strong efforts, I think it's time for your story. You ready? He shrugs. I clear my throat and loosen up my shoulders somewhat, poising my fire hand dramatically. Did you know that stars sometimes act as rain in the night sky?
You mean like a meteor shower?
Hush.
I've heard of it, but never seen it.
Well, I've heard of it and know it because I've seen it. Imagine this. Thousands of lights, and they all bleed along the cold cerulean mirror above. Slowly, very slowly. Follow? They are so very slow that as they make the long stretch out above you, you hardly notice their drag. It is impeccable slowness. Imagine it. He nods very slowly, and nods in another way, drifting into my memory. And flash! I flare the fire in my hand, the chestnuts wax, splitting, crackling. He jumps, the light catching in his eyes. Flash! 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 With each of these words, I stroke the flames. They lick up and dance wildly. Each single brilliant streak cuts through the lights, independent and free. And then it dies. The magic in my palm fades and sighs. Pulses, fades, pulses, fades. His eyes glaze over. Like this. Like a heart's last beating. Death is quick to these stars. Straying my eyes from the light, had they so turned I hadn't noticed, I gaze upon the boy. Say, person, that's sorrowful to you?
Huh? Ah, fuck. Oopsies, okay.
Huh? He thinks of an answer.
It is.
There isn't a right answer, person. You don't have to consider it like there is one. You think it's sorrowful.
I do.
That's interesting. Truly interesting. I end the fire, leaving the chestnuts to cool. I blow on them and breathe on them, ears twitching. These are done now. I hold them out to him. The end of my bargain's met, and you know what? I'll do you a favor. I'll go ahead and roast the rest of your chestnuts in my fire. Here. I motion to the dead leaves. I'll do this for free. For no deal. All that's left now is for you to stay. Squinting, he waits a little, but soon enough crawls forward on his hands and calves, his pack in tow. He stops at the edge of the circle and takes the fruits from my hand. He looks at me, wearing a kind of ugly expression. What? Setting onto his rear, he keeps looking at me, but a bit less ugly. He seems to be wondering something. Eventually, he looks at the nuts in his hand instead, his face softening. He shells one and pops it into his mouth. His face flushes naturally. He chews a little. He pushes his pack into the circle with his foot, shifts back a few feet, and speaks. Which part of that was the story, miss? Well, look at that. You aren't entirely daft. I take up the bag from the ground, shake it a little. Doesn't smell like there's anything more than chestnuts in here. I open it up and check. Sure enough, finding the things in excess. Some with the burr still on, some still green. I toss those ones. I still rummage through it, just in case there might be something of interest. There's not. 'Twas a preamble, 'twas. There's a story to it, for certes. I told you I've seen this. Blinking, he nods. The hollow sound, I crack one of the chestnuts apart in my mouth. I grow the fire at my feet and drop it in there. No more flashy tricks now. As I reiterated these actions, I speak to the boy. I was not alone with those stars then. I was with another miss. Dropping another into the fire, I watch its fall. My eyes lose some of their color. She was fair, young and human. A perfect miss. Such a charming girl. We would dance together and sing, press close when unseen. I was fascinated with her, I think, and so when she'd gotten melancholy, I brought her from town into those stars. I felt the ache in my knees, knew the eventide would be crying, and had figured the beauty of it would settle her. The boy constricts his brow, chewing somewhat sadly. Oh, not to worry, not to worry. It did. It did. He swallows. I've never understood the custom of man. I've always been free-thinking and never bound to the thoughts of others. My actions that night... my actions altogether. None took kindly to it when she returned. What happened? What happened? What, well, after I took her back to town, she was ploughed and beaten, and beaten, and beaten, and ploughed, and beaten, and beaten, until she could not move or breathe. The boy stares, a nut in his hands held stiff only so near to his parted lips. I buried her under the sky where I last saw her smiling. He closes his mouth into a frown. A century later, I returned to her spot and found an olive tree grown there. It was the sickest thing. Gnarled and twisted it was. Furious, I razed the entire plant. Its trunk, its bark, its branches and leaves. I scorched its roots. Would have torn out the roots, though refrained to not disturb her. Yet last I'd seen, it remained, alive, born fruit, and uglier than before. Isn't that the most wonderful story one can tell? No! I dropped the last one of the chestnuts into the leaves. Didn't you mess up the guys who did it? Mess up? You're a fiend! You didn't eat them? I didn't eat them. Oh, what happened to them doesn't matter to the story. I want to know! I don't want to tell. Ugh, seriously, miss? You know, when kids in the neighborhood mess with my kid brothers, I beat their faces in with a stick. That's what love is. It's taking care of your mates. Love? That's what you figure from this tale? That I fancied her? Well, obviously. It's my story, person, not yours. Come off it.
I ran away. Average child statement. I will beat everyone except my homies. They only get the slurs. God damn it.
Hello, Rururu. He gets it.
Just wanted a bite of food.
It's a hell of a fucking story, though. God.
It is an old story, and it is only a story. Stop. What? Man. He chucks the shell in his hand against the wall at his side, his expression sour. Fine. I was just entertaining you as I cooked. That's stupid. Bollocks. I don't want to hear that from your fool ass. Well, it's stupid. It's stupid. Forget it. What? What's this? You starting? Your stone's dropping now. Drop 'em any further, I'll tear 'em out. Tear out your tongue too, here. Don't start with me. The boy freezes, hand hovering over his last chestnut. I'll rip your legs off, understand? Don't start with me. Last thing you need to be worrying over is your soul, since I'll rend you limbless if you start with me. And there won't be anything to be holding that soul at all. Don't get me started. Don't get us started. You start with me, I'll kill you. We clear, person? He quickly nods. I chuckle. You're a cute thing, aren't you? Quailing so tender. I can't move from here, person. You know that. Quivering, he speaks up. It just sounded pretty real. Did it? Boy lets out a loud sigh, shaking as it leaves him. Still vibrating with fear, he fumbles opening his last nut. There looks to still be bits of shell in the fruit, which he does not notice until it's in his mouth. He frowns a bitter frown and calms down somewhat, now distracted by the taste.
You're so cute when you're afraid for your life, red flag.
Some of these are finished, mind. I nod at the fire. Can toss them to you if you'd like, if you're still scared. No, I'm not. He rocks his head. I'm fine. But I'm pretty tired. Could you toss them anyway? I surely could. Also but also if you agree to stay with me till sunset. It's noon already? It is. I sit myself down, lounging across from him. He stares, his vision slowing and jumping and trying to focus. Eventually, he squints, leveling his eye on me. Didn't you say you'd do it for free? Not this person. I said I'd cook these, and I am. He furrows his brow and frowns. Fine, I'll stay with you. Deal. The ballroom rattles with the sound. He isn't surprised by it. I smile again. So is that where you are? What you are? Tired? Yeah. I pick up a chestnut and throw it to him. He catches it somewhat dazedly. How long have you been gone from your moor, person? I don't know. 2 days. I throw him another. Oh, isn't that a long time? No. It's a joke. Laugh. I don't want. If I laugh, it'd basically be like me laughing at you. Ha! Answering to a greater joke instead of simply laughing. You really are a jester. A greater joke? I send one more his way. My existence. My predicament and existence, together, are the greatest joke in all history. I know this, and I've missed half of it. Stop. Such a soft lad. I tilt my head and regard him. I keep leafing through my head book for the memory of another like you, but I'm finding nothing. And I have so many memories, did you know? So many. So many travels, delights, regrets. A boy shouldn't be so soft. The world's so rough it'll shape him ugly. Languidly breathing, the boy eases into his arms a little more. Or it was a rough place. If you don't know moors, maybe this world's also soft now. He'd explain you. He blinks. Where I was raised, in my moor, that was quite rough. You know why I'd laugh earlier? When you'd mentioned souls? You know why I joke of souls? He blinks. So many of us fiends are so obsessive over souls. It's just extraordinary souls. Not unremarkable ones like the way yours feel. Have to look for those mature, spirited humans. Their souls heavy with character and experience. Hi, Shilla.
Oh, I love this game. This is my first time.
He closes his eyes. A newborn soul, for example, won't do anything for you. It is special, though, yes. A newborn soul is quite pure. Quite pure, really. His back rises and falls. Pax scanea. Pax est non.
You know Juniper's not... Yeah.
Exquisite. They crack a chestnut in his hair. Bounces off into the ground. He doesn't even flinch. I look into the fire. I gaze into the fire. The fire. These stupid things inside it. Piss. These stupid things. For a flash of a moment, I consider turning them to ash. But doing so would break my pact. No, it wouldn't. I still won't. I would rather burn this thing.
Okay. So I turned you down. Fuck.
This boy. Blasted. Should have grabbed him while he was at the edge. Would it have been so simple? Or do I need his agreement to exchange his life for mine from the circle? Am I forgetting? Am I forgetting the conditions? This boy be damned for rekindling hopes in me. Pressing my hands into my face, angrily, angry, roughly, I glare at him through parted fingers. I breathe out. If I could just lunge out from here and take him, I'd do it. I would. I growl. My body still feels a sensation of when I last forced myself through the barrier.
Not the 2006 Edge music.
The searing into my marrow, the purging from my eyes, and I still would. I'd still lunge out from here. I'd bloody well do it thrice to get out of this blighted circle. Why didn't I grab him before? He was at the edge. Why didn't you pull him in? Take him. I've forgotten so much. Oh, God. God. To cry to heaven. What? Is this what it was like? Having passions. I want to die. I want to leave. But not anymore. If this is passion. Passion. Passio. Passio. I want to die. I'd bite my tongue again, burst blood and drown in myself, nails in my wrists, tearing, and dug and tug and pull out my bleeding throat again to... Whining silence every day. What's a day? 2 days, he said. What are days? Huh? What are months? What are years? I've been here centuries. Centuries. Centuries! Was it longer? Did even centuries? Oh. Quiet settles in, and the wind dashes the leaves. Scraping leaves. Scraping leaves. Scrape, howl, raindrops falling again. 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 Hampers in my hand. Smoke. Sometimes I scream just to hear a voice again. What happened to my life? My jaw is quaking. My eyes are warm. I wish you hadn't come here. Taking my hands from my face, I look at this peaceful, peaceful. He's so peaceful, isn't he? Peaceful little cunt. Wake up! I throw another chestnut at him. Missing. Wake up! Another and another. See me, Kurt. See me. This body. It does not grant the bloody peace of sleep. I take a handful and toss them. I haven't slept a minute. Bastard son of a slut, bitch, 2p whore. I haven't slept a second. I have been always awake. 2 days, you miserable wretch. Had I only been here 2 days, I'd drink a pub dry. Damn you, you hear? When you're dead, I'll find and spit on your grave. I'll plant an olive tree there, you rat bastard. I throw and I throw and throw. Missing, missing, missing. I hate you. I hate... Am I sobbing now? A fiend. Sobbing. Why? I drop my arms to the ground, crying in shakes. For the life of me, I can't remember a time ever crying. I'm feeling dizzy. I always feel dizzy when I'm waking up. My mouth's dry, too. It's pretty awful. I smack my lips and rub my eyes. I'm still kinda tired. Why was I tired? Ma? Oh yeah. Got lost along the way to Dale's. Told Ma I didn't need that horse. So dumb. It would have been better just walking alone. Spooked by a dang partridge. Seriously? Must have bolted about half a mile before bucking me off. I open my eyes and it looks like fog. I roll them again and notice that lady from before sitting in front of me. Is she asleep? Miss, you asleep? No. No. I just figured since her eyes were closed and all. I can't sleep. I look at her weird and flinch. Something rolled out of my hair. It drops on the ground. Looks like a shell? Oh, it's one of the chestnuts. Why are these in my hair? I ruffle up the top of my skull, finding 2 more nuts and a burr. Whoa, did she throw these at me? I look at her and arch an eyebrow. Her cheeks are wet, her nose is red, and her ears are low. She looks like one of my kid brothers after falling off a curb. I can't really think of what to tell her. Maybe I'll just say what I always say. Did you do something bad? Tell me the truth. Piss off. Yikes. She's in that mood again. Listen. If you got mad 'cause what'd I just say? She says that like a fact instead of a question. I freeze up. Piss off. What'd I do? Thought I was being nice. You want me out of here? She keeps staring at the floor. I'm a little scared now. What time is it? It doesn't look like sunset. It's not sundown yet. I don't think I can leave. But the deals. Leave. If I mess up leave. Oh my god. Give me a moment. What am I supposed to do? I don't want to leave. If I mess up a deal with a fiend, I'm going to hell. Or is it worse? Oh man, if it's worse. Can't just walk out. Maybe if she... You're kidding. Whoops, didn't want to say that. Good it was quiet. See, my eyes are shaking, looking at her leaf pile, because there aren't any chestnuts in it. The deal was she had to toss chestnuts to me, and she did that. Sorta. I'm out of luck here. I can't leave, lady. It's lady now. Sorry. God. Leave. I want you to be leaving. Walking out of here. Go and be damned, villain. I just look at her. I'm biting my teeth together and my heart's going wild. Burn in hell, dog. Where you belong with all the blasted foul creatures of your ilk. Calm the hell down! Oh, excuse me. She picks up her head from her arms and glares at me. Just calm down, alright? Calm down already. You really are an idiot. Well, you're crazy. Why the heck are you mad at me? Why'd you even talk to me, lady? What do you want? You're lonely, right? That's it, right? She starts standing up. Well, I'm not gonna let her look that far down on me. I'm standing up too. I even step up to her. I ain't letting her get the better of me. I ain't got no problem scrapping with you, lady. I'll knock your block off. You just swore against my family. I ain't gonna stand for that, alright? Of course, I'm quaking in my boots while I say this. No, I swore against your race. I gulp and frown. Your entire, miserable, sin-hearted race. Know what I'd do if I got out of this circle? She steps forward. I step back. Yes or no? No. She leans forward. Just before what I'd guess is the barrier, I can feel her breathing on my face. It's cold and warm. Kill the whole lot of them. Kill the men. Kill the women. Kill the babies, lasses, and lads like you. To lads like you, I'll drive my hands into their guts, wrench out their innards string by string, and set them on fire. I'm crying a little. I'm sorry, okay? I don't know what happened to you. I just wanted to know and be nice and... She leans back, standing up straight, and breathes out. I swear, I see flames coming out of her mouth. Airy. Are you scared? I nod fast. Why? I don't... I can't touch you, see? All of a sudden, she pushes her hand toward my face. My eyes widen. My whole body locks up. What am I seeing?
1 second. Now the sounds are too. Leveling, what's that?
I am trapped before here. Her skin's burning off in a bright yellow glow. I can see her muscles, charred black, turning inside out. Fire blazing all over her hand. There's white in there. Her bones? Can't watch. Watch! I turn back from turning away. Your blood's evaporating. She grimaces and tears until at the side, and tears fill up on the side of her eyes. One drops, rolling down her cheek, and her hand shoots back to her like it's spring-loaded. I can't leave. Understand? Do you follow, salt for brains? She holds up the twisty stump sticking to her wrist. This, right here, this is what I've known. Too long. Her hand starts coming back together, the melted parts splitting and the bones getting covered back up. There's this popping noise with everything. I go green in the face. I can't kill your people. I want to, but I won't be able to leave here. Follow? What? Why are you trapped here? Would you believe me if I said it was a punishment? If I said it was an accident? An unjust imprisonment? Whatever I say, whatever you believe, it doesn't matter. I was trapped here before the world even had a concept of your more. I was trapped here long, 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 long ago. And so, for reasons that no longer matter, I don't think you're speaking honest with me. How's that? Told you before, you need to calm the hell down. How? I swallow, hold my fist tight. How do I get you out of there? She can't believe what I'm saying. Me neither. But I'm still gonna say it. She shakes her head. You've lost it. I shake my head. Nah, I still got it. I know what I just asked you. Tell me how to get you out of there. If you haven't lost it, you never had it in the first place. I suspected as much. You're touched, aren't you? Look, I got no idea what you're saying, but I'm still I'm reading the line properly. I'm still thinking straight. And dropping your G's. Shut your trap already. Hush and listen, you... Oh, sorry, that's my line. Sorry, yeah, okay, sorry, that's your line. Yeah, that's my line. Hush and listen, you rude little pest. I shut my trap. You even know what you're saying? Remember what you're talking to? I just think that I didn't just mess them up. I did not just mess up the man who raped her. I bore my nails hot into their eyes and tore off their faces. What? And that's not all that I did. When I first saw her lying there, body warm only from the bodies of others, and eyes with no spark in them, I set the den where she died to flame. I came upon all who lived in her town and murdered them. I torched their homes and pulled the ribs from their chests, crushed their heads, snapped their bones, stripped off their flesh. If I could torment them, I did. And in case you're wondering, you're all the same to me. I killed all kinds of you. One kind, human, sex, age. I didn't pay it any mind when I slew them. Holy shit. Soon they gathered at the center of the town, where I had first caught sight of her, as if to mock me. So I melted them all to earth, slowly. On the night that she died, I erased that town from records. All my fighting spirit's gone. Why'd you tell me that? You asked. You don't have to tell me the whole story. You're right, I didn't. But didn't you wanna know? The hell is wrong with you? I'm a fiend. Holy... No, that's bull! Is that why you got put here? No. Really? Yes. Holy shit. I've done many things in my life. Some things some find admirable, and others some find despicable. I've put a curse on a family for all their generations, saved a gaggle of slaves from the tyranny of their fellow man. I've ruined a marriage, and have restored another, slaughtered a town, and rescued a child. I've done so many things. Of all those I've mentioned, not a one of them is the reason I'm here. You forgot? Oh no, I remember it quite clearly. But as I've said, the reason no longer matters. I just don't get it. You wanted to save me. You wanted me to save you, right? I swore that's what you wanted. But now you're telling me all these mixed up things, and what the heck am I supposed to think? The heck do you want? You gone. I breathe out through my nose and close my eyes. Nah, there's no way. I shake my head again. You've got to be lying to me. I don't think all complicated, sure. But I know when someone's lying to me. Why the heck are you lying to me? I know you don't want me to leave. What happened to you? I look at her eyes. How long have you been in there? I don't know. I don't know anymore. You don't know? That's what I said. The hell's up with that? That can't be right. All fiends got this knack for knowing the hour exactly. The second, it's famous. So what the hell does it mean if they lose it? Hold on. Hey, How much did you love that girl? I hear something click in her throat. She doesn't look like she wants to say. Shut up. I feel bad for her. This is goddamn weird, but it's like she's so sad. Everything about this lady's sad. I mean it. She's just damn miserable and pathetic. She's so... You really don't know how long you've been in there? Yes. I think you've been in there for long enough. I don't think you really want to kill anyone. And you're a fool. Quiet. Had enough of that joke. Tell me how to save you. I reached out to grab her hand, and that hand got screwed up. And that hand that got screwed up and healed now, I hold on to it. Come on. She stares at me. She looks at my hand, holds it with both of hers, and squeezes. She locks her eyes with me. I need to be switched with another life. It's the only way for me to leave. I put on my manliest face. I'm not gonna switch with you. Listen. I keep her from saying anything else. I'm gonna find another way, alright? What the hell could you do? I'll plant something in your place. Nothing can grow here. I'm a fiend, That... Damn right. How am I gonna... I shake my head. Doesn't matter. The land's gonna be fine once you're out, right? At least, that's what I think. That's what I've read. Look, you just gotta believe in me. I look up and finally notice that the sun is gone. You don't want me to leave anymore. I can feel that. She's really holding on tight. But believe in me. Let me go and I'll save you. She looks at her hands again and cuts into mine with her nail. Ow! I wince. Dang. Oh, come on. Don't do this. I look at her face. She's still staring at my hand. Let me go. Come on. She wouldn't, right? Don't pull me. Stop pulling me. I'm trying to calm down my heart. I'm trying not to lose it. But it's hard when she's bringing my arm a little bit closer. And a little bit more. Come on. Come on. Please. Trust me. She digs her nails into me again. Damn. Ow. Ow. Please. Please let me go. Please. Come on, let me go. Let me go. I whisper that, not thinking about it. My eyes are shut. I'm piss scared. I don't want to get stuck in there. I can feel her looking at me, and I breathe faster. I'm trying to be calm. I can feel my lips moving, bleeding. And after a while, real slow, she does it. I open my eyes, shocked. She's let go of my hand. I'm holding hers up now, where mine was. She's about to drop it. I toughen up and grab it up again. We make eye contact. Believe in me. Got it? She doesn't say anything. I let go of her hand, pick up my satchel from inside her space. We hold a look. I beg you, don't betray me. Please. I won't betray you. Promise. The walls don't shake. My voice doesn't boom. Take a step back, and another one. And I run out of there. It's cold now. I'm actually shivering. The moon's high, the grass is glowing. It's dark, but beautiful. It's quiet, like before. Like always, right? It's just wind and dead leaves. Even animals don't walk through this place. I wonder how long it's been since people did. At least this is probably the first time someone's walked through here with a sapling in their hand. I step into the big room and look out ahead, rub my thumb over a branch of the tree I'm carrying. I can see her there on the floor, her hands over her face. I know she can hear me, since whenever I move even a little, her ears flick. I walk forward, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. She stands up and breathes out loudly. She opens her eyes, and I'm kind of surprised when I see them glowing. I stop at the edge of the barrier. She looks at me. You look a mess. Yeah, well, my belly growls and I sniff. It's pretty hard to dig out a tree properly with no real tools, especially one like this. We both check out the sapling. Isn't that? Yep. Yep. An olive sapling. I didn't pick it since I wanted to make fun of you. Olive trees are strong. If there's anything that's gonna take root in dirt like this, it's an olive. Right. Step back. I'm coming in. She does that after a second or two, and I walk into her place. Bending down, I hold the olive up to her. Take it. She does that, too, after thinking about it. I take a sharp rock out of my pocket, and I pick up outside and stab into the ground with it, cracking the floor. It sticks pretty bad in there, but I can still yank it out. I do that and keep breaking up the earth. I can feel the lady staring, and I know what she's thinking. Even if I'm a kid, I can still see the soil's pretty bad. My eyes as good as Ma's, at least. And this lady definitely knows as good as me how it is for growing. If anything grows, it'll be with awful chances. Seriously, an olive's about the only thing that might. Making things worse, I ain't got very long before that sapling's as good as dead. The roots are good and all, but it's not. And honestly, I don't know the difference from a good sapling and a bad one. I sort of just went with my gut. So knowing most of that, he's probably thinking of just walking out. That's what's gotta happen, right? 2 living things get in, only one gets out. But I'm not going to check on her and see if she leaves. It's not that I'm trusting her. I can't trust her, but this is all I can think of. Getting her out without leaving me in, I mean. I look at her. I show her that I'm worried. I'd mess everything up. So I gotta keep at it. I've gotta break up this spot. I stab, I pull, and I dig, clearing out stones and dirt. I pile all the dirt up next to me. Gonna need it later, bad as it is. After a lot of effort, I lean back and look at the hole I made. Then, slow, I turn to see if she's still there. And she is. I hold up my hand. She gives me the olive. I take it and open up my satchel. Filled with wet, healthy soil I gathered while I was gone. And carefully transplant the sapling, putting some good soil over its roots and filling the hole back up with a proper mix of my collected stuff and dirt from the foundation. Careful now. Careful with the roots. All right. This should be good. I take my canteen from the clip at my waist and open it up. This is filled with spring water. Took a while to find that. Honestly, it took me a while to do everything. Kind of feel bad about it. I moved as fast as I could. Anyway, there should be enough for a healthy first watering. Won't drown it. I pour the insides of the bottle over the leaves and plot, screwing it closed when I'm done and putting it back on my waist. That's it. That's it. That's all? Stand up, wiping sweat from my brow. Yeah. We both look outside the circle for a while and give her a look from my side. She's still looking out. Breathe. Okay. Step forward. She doesn't move. I leave her side and turn around. We both stare at the olive tree. Did it work? I open my mouth to ask, but close it again when I see her. She's scared. She's at the edge of the barrier and scared. Oh man, I just realized. If just touching it before hurt her so much, how did it feel when she pushed her whole hand through? She had a stone face when she did it, but God, I can't say anything to that. I don't know what it feels like. Man. Seeing her like that, shaking with fear and panicking, just thinking about moving ahead, I can feel my eyes welling up. I just try not to cry. For her. Ah, shit. She loosens up her shoulders and puts her hands over her chest. With her eyes closed, she jerks forward. Wait! Her foot passes over the line. My hand is up in the air. I wanted to stop her. I didn't want to see that pain anymore. She jerks her other foot forward, completely leaving the spot. She steps again, faltering. Again and again, she walks to me. She lowers herself and just embraces me. I wrap my arms around her. Her skin warms up all over, and she nuzzles my face affectionately into my neck, rubs her nose over my cheek. She just eases into me, weak. I bring up one of my hands and pet her head. I'm crying. It's okay now. I choke. It's okay, right? She just rests on me, taking away any of the nipping cold in my body. She breathes out past my ear. Thank you. I hug her a little closer. I'm sorry. I shake my head, trying not to break down. Can I just stay like this for a little bit? You're familiar. You're strong. Yeah, you can. She brushes her nose on me again, whispering something. I can't hear what it is. She holds me tightly, and we don't say anything else.
This ain't no half hour. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. Hold on, I gotta drink. I gotta numb.
Yet I doubted the half hour.
It said about half an hour. I'm just trying to get my food down.
You're a
If
surprising...
you just read it, then yet.
Yeah, maybe.
You're a surprisingly emotional lad. Are all lads like that now? It just really hurt looking at you, that's all. Right. I'm sure that it did, really. I was quite emotional myself. If Mother saw me like that. I wonder if Mother's still alive. When did I last see this place? From here? Has it really been forgotten? Yeah, I'd never heard of it. That's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. What was it like here? Do you like it? Did you like it? It was normal. Extraordinarily normal. So normal, in fact, that I had to file down my horns just to get around. What about your ears? My ears? What about them? You didn't have to hide them? No, I didn't have to. I only look fiendish with just my ears. Like an unfortunate halfling. It little bothered anyone before. If it did, I'd grow my hair long. Huh? As I was saying, this town. I might have liked it once. Though when I first came here, I never would have expected the stay. Ah, yes. The boy was lost, wasn't he? You've any idea how to get back to your home? Obviously not. Don't get smart. I'll help you there. Really? I can't assure you when we will find it, but I'll assure you we shall for certes. I'll take you there. I may as well. You're not gonna go travel? I chuckle. This should be enough of a journey after standing so long. Huh? We'll camp by the eastward spring for tonight. You know the one east. It's still there? Yep. At least it's probably the same one I'm thinking of. Can you fish at all? Not without a rod, no. And I'll fish for you, but you'll have to prepare it. Can't do everything for you. What time is it? You ask me the time? Sorry, just so out of it. Since I leaned on you earlier, you can lay on me while you sleep. I'll keep you warm. He glances at me briefly and looks pensive. He shuts his eyes. I'll do that. He opens them again, keeping their stare from me. Thank you. I smirk at him. What should I even think? I thought this wouldn't happen. Huh? Am I actually asleep? Dreaming? If you are, that'd be weird for me. I'm glad you stayed. I laugh. I'm glad you're a fool. Really, I am. I can't say it enough. It's all right. Don't consort with any fiends other than me. Got it? I honestly feel like this isn't real, but I know that it is. Let's go then. My mind has become so lucid since I've been freed. Bright. So bright that it nearly blinds me. I can tell. I'm happy. The sun shines a different way now. Different from all the ways I've seen it before. I'd thought I'd seen them all, but this one's different. Much more different. Pleasant. Watching it come up this morning with him resting at my chest was profoundly serene. Having him calmly there through the moonlight made it better than any other time. And now, I'm more brimming with life. That's where I'm going, to guide him, free of charge. And after that, who can say? The world has changed, greatly changed. It doesn't feel at all the same. My friends have died. I can tell that from the air. Dead, and I could not wish them farewell. My kin, too, are dead. On this path, breathing fresh from the winds, I can feel these things and new things. Though fiends still roam, I know no one. Alive, no one. But this boy here, I think that by him being here, there's company. I want to keep with him, if only ever from afar. I want for his life to go well. And as for mine, when he's gone, I think that I'll go too. Perhaps it is not the best use of the time he returned to me, but I am tired. Tired, but I can stay awake a little longer.
Okay.
Cute art. Shit.
Yeah. Nope, that was nice.
Short and sweet. I think it's interesting that we only ever know them as boy and lady.
Yeah.
She tells us what she's done, but none of them are the reason she's trapped in this circle. Or how that... Like, I'm kind of interested to know why she's in the circle. Because someone put her there.
Yep.
Someone or something very powerful put her there for fuck knows how long. And she did so many alleged things, and not one of them was the reason. What did she do that caused her to be locked away there?
She was gay. She was gay. I don't fucking know that.
How is he life acting with that? Holy shit.
There's her. Concept
Fuck
art.
that. Fuck that village, though. They had it coming.
Huh?
I really like that little short story, and the music is nice.
Yeah.
It really feels like more like a fairy tale you tell with people and ideas instead of named individuals. You know, one of those old school ones.
Mm.
Yeah,
Kind of like the anecdote the boy told about the cobbler and the guy in the alleyway.
Mm. So he got a demonic fairy godmother. Someone probably wanted to make a deal and they didn't let her go after. They didn't let her go. It's hard, again, it's hard to say because it's a very, very contained story. They're not built,
Yeah.
they're not gonna build a world. They're not gonna explain how fiends are. We can definitely say that she's been in there for a very long time. But we don't
So
know
long it
why.
don't matter no more.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And despite all the things she did, both good and bad, none of the reasons she listed are why she's there.
It's
yeah,
fascinating.
she says the reason doesn't matter, and since she never says, I think we can trust that.
Yeah. Whatever reason it was, that was 100,000 years ago, or whatever the fuck long it's been. Everything that was revolving it that is probably dead. Dead, gone, and forgotten.
Yeah, so that's again definitely a cute little story. I don't know if the dev has written any other ones or gone more into things. I can understand that keeping it relatively short is usually the way to go. Although again, there were a couple bumps in the writing. I think it was mostly just with some grammatical stuff and things. But no, it was a cute little story. It's definitely nothing revolutionary. Nothing extraordinarily revolutionary. But
No?
but still a nice little story. Apparently this is from like a long time ago. I don't know how old this story is. But yeah, no, apparently some people really like it.
I liked it.
Yeah, no.
Yet it wasn't going to change your life or anything, I just
Yeah.
really like it.
I guess the only thing I can think about is maybe because the story's called Juniper's Knot, I would say maybe the demon is called Juniper.
Potentially.
I know like the knot can be like a knot in a tree. I know that the usual description of like a small clearing area is a knoll. But this is, it seems like she's in the burnt remains of like a church. That
or something grand.
Yeah, some sort of big building. And with the dead leaves and stuff, it's probably again just debris that the winds has brought in over time. And again, I'm assuming that she was that the place she's trapped in is some sort of church. But it's pretty hard to say.
But not also can revert to some kind of conundrum or problem, like the Gordian knot.
And yet, common theory is that Juniper is either the demon or her friend's name.
I don't think it's the boy's name. Juniper is not really a boy's name.
I think she means the friend that,
No, the friend.
Oh, the friend that she's talking about. Oh.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's another way to think about it.
I think if I remember the story of the actual Gordian knot, it's a knot that's impossible to untie. So the solution that someone thought of was just he just took his sword and cut it in half. It's like, there you go.
Oh, interesting.
You know, I can't remember I'm sure it's a relatively fake story, at least with names that are at least recognizable. I can't remember where they are. When else I thought of it, but yeah, it's just kind of one of those a seemingly impossible problem with a decisively simple solution if you think outside the confines of the problem. It's like it's a
Yeah.
knot. You can't untie this knot. How do you untie the knot? It can't be untied. You just cut it in half. There you go. It unravels.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So it'll just take away of brute forcing a situation, but it's more of a different kind of cleverness to it, I think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ipso facto, their life for a life.
A
Fuck
life
that.
for a life, but
Let
no
me get
one
a
said it had to be a person.
Yep, let's go get a tree and plant it. There you go. Which I think is a very fun solution to things.
Let's see. There's another game in my Steam library that I have that is short and free, and it's called Rental.
Mhm.
I'm gonna install it while
And
we're
it
here.
works too, because she's trapped there, so there's no way for her to bring another life in, has to be someone else.
Mm-hmm. But again, they found the loophole.
Mm-hmm.
The
I
loophole
love.
the loophole being that it's like it has to be
Yep.
one life for another, but it doesn't say what kind of life. It's anything that is living. So it's like, let's put a tree. Let's put a tree here. That's a life.
I also love the fact of
Mostly there's no way for her to bring a sapling in even if she thought of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love the idea that they brought the kid's just like, it probably isn't gonna survive.
But
they never address the fact of it doesn't need to. It just needs to make it long enough to get out of the circle.
yeah, it just needs to be in there long enough for her to get out.
Yep.
That's what matters. Let me just really quick.
I think it's cute. He had that worry of, I don't know if it's gonna work because I don't know if the tree's gonna make it.
But it was also again this is it's a very realistic thing. To also be worried about the potential of I'm making this deal with her, and I'm like, holding her hand to like let her trust me. But there's nothing stopping her from now just dragging me into this and leaving me here and fucking me over.
Damning me for eternity.
Yeah.
Like themes are wont to do in all the stories I've read.
Like she could have immediately turned. When did I get Okami HD? Oh wow.
Goddamn.
I'm looking through my Steam my Steam thing, and I'm like, oh, I have Okami. Okay, when did I get that? I don't remember. I also have Half-Life 2 for some reason. I think it was because it was for free. Yeah, it was because it was for free.
Both of those are great games.
Let's see. Let me, because I have a whole I have things categorized between like games I've finished and games I haven't. Party games we can just.
I also think the olive tree is a great symbol, since it represents the friend in a misunderstanding. She thought the tree was ugly and marring the grave. But she was besties with a fiend, and olives have another symbolic meaning. The olive branch.
Yeah. Where did I literally just installed the game, bro. All right.
Okay, that's why I don't fucking trust this shit.
Alrighty.
Which is what the boy extends to her.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's. Let me just real quick. Alrighty. Let me just. That didn't update anything. That didn't update anything. There we go. All right. So I just installed Rental. So we will now just play this. We'll just play little short games. Let me just really quick. What am I doing? I'm freaking doing things wrong. Hello? There we go. And then I updated this. And then let me go here. Let me. Supposedly a horror game, but apparently a short one. So let's heckin'. Alrighty. Heckin'. Have you ever seen the GIF of the little bunny walking down a hallway holding a candle and it's very spooky?
Yeah.
This is that game.
Oh.
This is that game. So, let's frickin' let's. All right. Okay.
Also, yeah, Juniper's Knot isn't the only game they've made, but it's by far their most popular, and they made it in a month.
Yeah, I can believe that. Developed by Lonely House. We gotta lower that shit.
Why is everything as loud as possible all the time? I don't get it.
I don't fucking know, bro. Our good old Suzuki Carry. Mom, the door's open. Could the rental man already be here? Bro, did you want to play with me? Umi, no. Banui. What did you think, Umi? It's not too shabby. He's got an achievement. Speak to all your family. If you pay close attention, you can hear the ocean from here. I can't hear it. Pay fucking attention, then.
Resident Evil ass camera.
Could you check for him inside while we unload the car, dear? He's got to give us the keys. What a nice vacation we're gonna have.
Oh
Change
boy.
your mind? Speak to all your family twice. We are family twice. Alrighty. You can hear seagulls. Who closed the door? Hey, open up! But I'm the one inside. It won't open. Should find that dental rental man. I should find that dental rental man. Window looks kind of low budget.
I love when games do that.
This all says the same thing. God, these fucking angles.
Yeah,
Okay,
they ain't doing
already
any
in here.
favors.
Hello? Rental man, did you come from the outside? I've been trapped here for weeks, months. I don't even know anymore. I need to get the keys. My parents are... Forget about your parents. You'll never see them again anyway. Unless... Unless what? You'll have to perform a ritual to exorcise this cursed place. Yes, that's it. I can't do it myself, of course. I'm just some helpless rental man. But you're a little girl. Who else could do it better? You just need to find the artifacts. It's, let me see. 6 crosses. A woman behind bars. Some angry man. No, not me. 3 candles. And then... Huh? Wait, I think you should know. There appears to be a secret room somewhere in here. I don't know how to summon it, but some of the stuff is probably there. Good luck.
Little pop.
Huh.
Jesus Christ.
Nothing here. Looks like a good place to hide. Oh, no. Wonder if 90DF is on. The TV looks kind of fuzzy. There's something in the drawer. Found a key. Wish I could sleep on a bed this big. Alright, well, nothing here. Looks like a good place to hide. Use the key. Close, close. A cross thingy.
If only we had a gun with 1 bullet.
Yeah. It's not the time to take a nap. Oh, cute necklace. Add something to your wardrobe. There's a wardrobe? I don't think I can use this. Boring picture. No, stop. I'd rather not. I'd rather not. I can't reach the cupboard. Not time for a bath. Okay, they're right next to each other. Yeah, this one was easy. Found cross.
Oh, we just gotta find crosses.
Hold on, there's a stool here. You can use this to reach high places. Found wooden stool.
Bathroom.
Nothing here. Use the wooden cupboard. There's nothing here. A random woman with a baby. I don't feel so well. There's always stuff between cushions. Found a candle. Fair enough. The chair is floating. No problem here. Texture looks meaty. Oh my god. No, I hate this already. No problem here.
Yeah.
Is there anything to eat? Guess not. No dirty dishes here. The windows look kind of low budget. 4 chairs. My little brother should eat outside. No problem here. God, I hate this. The fact that it's like... The fact that it's like, oh, this looks like somewhere to hide. I'm like, don't tell me that, please.
Don't fucking do that shit. Also, the sound effects and the screen getting all fucky doesn't help either. Yeah.
There's a man, but he doesn't look angry. There's a woman, but she's not behind bars. There's some ugly kid, too. Damn.
Jesus.
Have I not? What the fuck? Is it looping?
Those are concerning descriptions.
Is it looping? Guess I have to find the stuff. What's in here? Oh, found 2 candles.
There's 3 candles and some cruises.
There's nothing left here. Okay, so 3
Oh, but
candles. I've got 2 crosses, a
no.
necklace.
What does that mean? Why does it do that?
I don't know, but I've...
Specifically pointing out the man isn't angry suggests he should be.
The woman not being behind bars implies she should be.
Yep.
I think it's looping. It's just the door. Some rooms just.
There's
Oh,
something there.
I don't like that. This is room looks
Sure
new.
is.
Just some clothes my dad would wear. Oh, this guy looks angry enough. Found angry man. Oh, because we have to find the angry man, the woman behind bars.
Okay. Well, there's more to explore. How nice.
One behind bars. Weird taste in decoration.
Huh.
Interact with all the items in the house.
Oh, there's just nothing. It's just a wall.
The fuck?
Yeah, right? Oh. Now's the time for a nap. So do you just lose control there, or are you just freezing?
It just freezes. Looks like a good place to hide. Nothing in the door. But the TV looks kind of fuzzy.
You find the ugly kid, huh? Maybe you go. I don't know.
No problem here. No problem here. Oh, there's a cross here. Alright.
Game.
I guess. Ding.
A for dongs. Ding dongs. What's that? On the wall back there. And that's.
That's like the
Oh, it's not the ugly enough
disgust
kid.
bunnies.
Rip.
A random woman with a baby. Okay, he said an angry man, a woman behind bars, an ugly kid. No problem here. I'd rather not. Rather not.
No.
Not the time for a bath.
By the toilets, like, yeah, I'd rather not.
There's nothing in the cupboard.
That name's Slender Man.
Nothing in here. Nothing left. Not the time to take a nap. I don't think I can use this. Boring picture. Oh, there's another door there now.
Oh, what? Really?
Yeah, there's a door at the end of the hall now.
Oh.
Just making sure.
Okay.
Arrive at the labyrinth. Oh, it's all mirrors.
I don't like it here. I objectively don't like it here.
Haha.
What fucking happy face fucking shit. Get out of here with that. Goddamn labyrinth of mirrors, dude. That's so not kosher.
It's okay. The trick for the labyrinth is to stay to the right. I'm going
If it was
left.
the left.
Okay. The trick for getting out of the labyrinth is to stay right. Goes left.
I thought it was stay left.
Flap on the scrunchie.
Yeah.
Oh, cross.
Well, shit, alright.
Only 2 left.
I don't like the perspective shift. It's a cool effect, I just don't like it. Although also the tank controls. Hmm.
You can't really run or anything either. I see another cross coming up.
That's neat.
Only 1 left. So I'm guessing I'm going the right way.
Hmm.
Okay. The door is locked. I'm still missing some crosses. Okay. Then I've gotta...
I have a never fucking ending sense of dread here.
I think that's the point.
I hate it here.
Okay, we'll stick to the right. And we'll make it to where we were before.
Yet, you're kind of just waiting for one of the reflections to be wrong.
Or something. Also the silence.
Okay. He startled me. I'm like focusing. I'm like focusing. I'm like, where the fuck?
Haha.
Fuck this place. Where'd the mirrors go? Oh.
I think it's just the end of the mirrors, but like this is where I started. This is where I started. So following this, following the left wall is how I got to the end and found 2 crosses, but I still need to find 1 more. So let's stick to the right. Well, actually... I mean, it's not 100% silent. It's got some ambiance. It's just not the good kind. It's just not the one we like.
Yeah, you know.
That was the way we went. Or the way we were. Actually, no, when we followed left, it led us here. So maybe down here somewhere is the cross? Yeah, I see it. The last one. Alrighty. So let's go backward now. Oh my god.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Fucking Christ.
It got me too, and I hate that it got me too. I hate that so fucking much. I'm so displeased. Fucking God.
I gotta find the starting point so that I know where I'm going, because I fucking... Don't ask me where I'm fucking going, bruh. The mirror labyrinth is like the worst thing.
I think that's the point. It's fucking assholes.
Alright. Alright. I don't know. Alright, let's just hold on to the left.
There
There's
it goes. Let's fucking go.
The door is open.
Good. Okay.
Arrive at the ritual circle.
Okay, I don't care what Gregorian chanting is put there, you don't... This isn't fucking normal and good.
And then you find out you were the crazy cultist the whole time and sacrifice yourself or something.
Yeah.
I fucking...
Wait, wow.
Let's see. Looks like I can perform the ritual here. I should place all this stuff I have in a circle.
I guess it's still... Yeah, you still gotta... I think that's all the stuff you took.
Yeah, it was like six crosses. 3 candles.
Pictures.
And then an angry man, a woman behind bars. Yeah, I think that's it. Looks like I can perform the ritual here. Okay, everything is placed. What should I even say? That useless man just disappeared on me. Okay, here goes nothing. Pirica, Pirilala, Poporina, Peperuto.
Not a fan of whatever that is.
Hello? Earth to Umi. Seems like the rental man is not here yet. Might as well unpack what we can. Oh, never mind. The door is open. Could you go check? I don't think we should go inside the house. Back home. Finish the first run.
First run? Oh no, do things change the more you do it?
I don't know. I love that. I don't think we should go inside. The end.
Pomegranate popori.
Okay.
I love that. Was adorable. Oh god, imagery. What? Okay, it's this. Just the fucking logos.
Yeah, no,
I'm
there
just
was
like,
definitely
huh?
something. There was definitely something before the logos, though.
There was like a thing, a Slender Man. Okay, you gotta fucking stop with the music like that. The noises. An Umi plushie.
Yeah, you can get a plushie over.
Adorable.
Okay. Said that was the first run. I shouldn't stray too far.
That was probably the best ending to anything I've seen since the joke Silent Hill endings. You can hear the ocean from here. I don't hear it.
Okay, so let's...
It's in the master bedroom, I think.
Yeah, he's in the master bedroom. I didn't even press that.
Mm.
You, did you come from outside? Just need to find the artifact. Some angry man. No, not me. 3 candles. And then... Wait, I think you should know. There appears to be a secret room somewhere in here. I don't know how to summon it, but some of the stuff is probably there. Oh yeah, that room. Good luck. Yeah, the maze. Huh. Again, I feel like there's more. There's supposed to be more. This one was easy. Okay, well, now that we know where things are, let's just grab things in order.
Mm.
I don't feel so well. Got to wash my hands. Gotta wash my hands. That's new. That wasn't there. Or it was, I would really rather not. But I guess maybe I just wasn't clicking the right thing.
Yeah.
Oh. Cute
Cute
necklace.
necklace.
Yeah.
Did you pick up a necklace before?
Huh?
Did you pick up a necklace before?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, maybe I just wasn't.
There's...
Hmm.
I know there's a key. I think it's in this one. Yeah, found a key. Cross thingy. Found the angry man.
Found angry Jesus.
The
Yeah,
door.
that was the door noise.
Yeah, that was the door. Now we're back in the maze. So we've got to first follow right to get the one cross that's there. That's where he's like, some of the things that you need are in the secret room. Only 2 left. Only 1 left. Hmm.
I'm also kind of waiting for the reflections to look around at some point. There's something to happen with them.
Alright, this is where we started. Now let's
It's
hold,
just
hold to the left. Okay. Should be getting close to the last cross. Mm-hmm. Okay, weird. Now we're just... Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's this door here. And then when I was going the other way, is there maybe another door? Nope. Then this swirls all around. And brings you back to the door. Okay. Yeah, nope, that's the door. The door's open. Gotta be something else you can do in here. No.
Missing one. All right. Same words as before.
Yeah, same words as before. I can't move.
Big pink rabbit thing.
Oh, there's something in the background there.
It's the big tall thing.
Yeah.
It's pink.
Umi, are you listening?
Oh.
New scene.
Oh.
I said the seaside fog is getting denser. Did you see? We're almost there. Look at her face.
Yeah. Is that? Do we just keep going back? Do you think we're going to keep going back farther and farther? Because they were driving through the house.
I don't know. It's so weird.
Because everything leading up to everything's the same over and over. But the ending seems different.
Yeah. It's gonna wait for
Third
the
time's
to pass. Yeah.
Third time's the charm. Oh, yeah, it was this. It's the fucking tall thing.
Finished
Tall
first
thing.
run. Let's see. What other achievements are there? Are there other achievements? Complete the entire game in less than 10 minutes. Short-term rental. The rental girl. Get all other achievements. So if I can complete the game in 10 minutes, that's almost impossible. You can't run in this game.
You have to do it. You just got to perfectly speedrun it.
Huh. Interact with all items in the house. Apparently 26.3% of players got this achievement. The necklace is optional. It's just something you can put on yourself. Important news.
I like how there's an underlying chant right now. It's having a fucking time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Huh.
Again, my more confusion is what is going on here. It's very short. Space to interact, arrows or WSAD to move. Hold on, I gotta mute this fucking game because its sound is so fucking loud.
Yeah, there we go.
Meet and talk to a quirky cast of characters? Not really. I mean, the rental man is everybody is a little quirky, but like you don't really engage with them. Yeah, it's just it's very short. And then you don't really get anything else. Just trying to see if maybe there's more to it. Yeah, it's just a 15-minute game. All right, let's see if we can beat it in 10 minutes.
Let's go.
Vroom vroom.
Go find the guy. Speedrun. Someone play the fucking, what was his name? Dream speedrun Minecraft music.
I feel like the key is gonna be the maze is gonna be the longest thing to do.
Yeah. What are they chasing? Oh, the fucking Slenderman is gonna be the one that's gonna be fucking killed in this 10-minute run.
It's gonna add seconds that we don't need.
Oh, she's wearing the necklace. You don't even need to do it. Okay.
Yeah, she wears it. Well, like, she's not wearing it until you find it, but...
Yeah.
Hold on. In here.
Let's see.
Don't feel so well.
You fucking big bitch, get out of the way.
Well, I'm gonna go to the first thing. The first couple things for the candles. The dust bunny's left between the cushions. Wait, I think, does she have anything on her? No. No, I don't think we found anything in here. I don't think we found anything. I think we found what was in here. Found what was in there.
Get fucked. All right.
Okay, keep following right.
I guess you just spin right around, right? Or...
Only 2 left. I just know 1 cross is when you go right. And you follow the right for a bit. Yeah, so then that one's there. And then I think if we kept going, we eventually reached the door.
You see the last cross, too.
Yeah, just see the last cross. This is a dead end. Alrighty. Last cross, door, do the ritual, done.
Speed.
Alrighty. God damn it. Dead end. Because it's a mirror maze, it's like there's no like, oh, this part's familiar because everything is reflecting off of one another.
Yep.
So then this way. This way.
Just your gamer instincts.
This is the beginning. So we've gotten back to the start. And we just keep left. Eventually it leads us to the last cross, which leads us to the door.
Hmm.
Yeah, and then there's a bend here. Oh god. Yeah. Uh, then we go around here. Keep following this. Keep following. What the fuck? Oh no! Did I actually just get lost?
Uh-oh.
Pretty sure I knew the way.
Oh boy. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah. Hello? Fucking shit. Okay. I feel like I should have reached the... No, I'm back to the start. Alright, so we followed left.
Re.
We followed left. What the fuck happened? I know that's the way to the other cross that we already have. So then following this way. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just a weird turn at Albuquerque. Alrighty. Hopefully I still have some time to spare. Yep.
Woo!
Alright. Complete the game in 10 minutes, and that gets me the last achievement, which is get all the achievements.
Yeah.
We already got this one.
That face.
That face is really funny.
You should get an emote of that face.
It's a really funny face. But yeah, I guess that's fucking it. I guess that's fucking it. Alrighty. I thought at some point we would run across like the fucking GIF, but I guess not. At no point does she ever need to hold the candles. It's just, yeah, there's something up here, and then it turns out it was a dream.
Or something. Well, no, because she's wearing the necklace.
Yeah. Only other thing I can think of is maybe not picking up the necklace and seeing
I
what
mean,
happens, but
yeah.
here's what I'll do instead.
You gonna look up a YouTube video?
Kind of. Let me close this.
For the fucking music.
Yeah, holy shit, fucking. Let's close it. Ah, there we go. Yeah, because there's gotta be. I just feel like there's gotta be more here. But people say it's like. Yeah, no, you only need 1 playthrough. 2 and speedrun achievement will be fixed. Find 3 candles. Arrive at the rental. Arrive at the labyrinth. Beyond the rental. Place items. Back home, finished first run. Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
I guess sometimes it just is what it is.
That is just literally what it is.
Still interesting.
Yeah. With the quote unquote monster that appears sometimes.
So whatever that is.
But it's not something that can actually get you. So apparently it's supposedly something called a cozy horror.
supposed to give you the unending sense of dread that something is going to jump scare you. But never do it.
Nothing does. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. No, that was rental. That was really fucking short. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where the fuck was it just now? Let me just add that to finished games. I don't really know what else to super do right now. Let's see what else. Because everything also requires like installing something, and that's where I don't really feel like doing that. Alrighty. Oh. It's only been going for 2.5 hours. Wow. That was very fucking short.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me just go into just chatting real quick, just to get into that.
Yeah.
Let's heckin'. Let's put in our usual background music and not worry about like chill vibes and stuff. Wow. Okay. So. Oh, my brain. It's a very cute little game, but well, you can't really complain. It's free. It costs nothing to play it, but I think I was expecting something more.
I mean, it's a great premise for like an itch.io like demo thing, you know, but
it's definitely a cute little like if it wasn't like if someone told me it was an itch.io game, then it's just like, yeah, it's an itch.io game.
It's cute. I wouldn't mind seeing more of whatever this person makes, because they got a good premise with this one of some weird time loop stuff. But
this is essentially all they have. Lonely House.
Well, I hope they do more.
Yeah.
You get a pretty good idea of you get a pretty good sense of atmosphere.
Yeah, no, it was a good little like kind of like anxiety sort of game. But once you know that nothing's really out to get you, and once you're in the labyrinth, it's just okay, well, let me just it like the ease and dread is gone once you realize that whatever this monster is can't really hurt you. Let's see. There's like a zine which detailed the development of the story. In a way, the zine's contents and presentation added an extra layer of cursed mythos to the game. It's the supporter zine costs $3.89. I don't really feel like buying that.
No.
From Lonely House to be announced. Yeah, it's a cute little horror game. One of the reviews here is like 50 minutes wasted, at least it was free. Animal Crossing looks a bit different than I remember.
I mean, I don't think this was a waste of time. I think it was okay.
Yeah.
It was a cute little spooky thing.
Yeah, it's a little...
Very much the idea of spooky, not scary.
Yeah. Someone says here, if you're not a coward like me, you'll probably finish in less than 20 minutes, but I'm a coward, so I almost took an hour. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think that's beyond coward.
It's over in less than 10 minutes, so it's short enough that you're not going to feel upset about the time loss if you don't like it. I think it does some interesting things in its brief lifespan. It has a great style worth checking out. It sets itself up to be more than it is, so it's a touch of disappointment. You have to play the game twice to see everything, but you're just speedrunning the same content to get a slightly different ending, which doesn't change anything. There's the air of danger, but you're always safe. Just wish there was a little more.
I'm getting that. I think that's a pretty, I'm gonna guess that's a pretty shared idea of kind of wish it's fine, wish there was more.
Yeah. That feels apt as a review for the game, where it's like it feels like there's going to be more and then there isn't. You feel like someone's watching and you're in danger, but you're always safe. once you realize that you're safe, the horror element is gone. Is mostly just an atmospheric experience.
Kind of like the quick turn events in Final Fantasy 16.
I'm still scared. I'm still sad.
Me too.
That was a thing where fuck.
Yeah, that's way to look behind the curtain on that one. Fuck, that was so disappointing. It's like being told Santa's not real and then shooting the mall Santa in front of you.
Yup.
It's like, okay. It's just like double check. Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Anyway. No, I like that. That was cute. I liked it. I like the endings a lot. Just their face up. I don't think we should go in there. It was worth it. Those little that face was a great work, like reward at the end.
Yeah.
In any case, yeah, both the games that we have experienced here, well, the novel and the game, good. They were good. That's it. They were good.
Yeah. Apparently, No, I'm Not Human. I'm Not a Human is on sale.
Oh shit! Is it actually out now?
I guess so. It's on the. It just like it showed up on the front page of Steam.
Oh.
So I'm guessing it says here introductory offer. Offer ends 29th of September. So it's 10% off.
That's a really interesting deduction kind of game where you have to make choices. And
oh yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty gruesome.
Yeah, it's gruesome shit, dude. I was thinking because the concept of you have to like deduce shit of, are they human? Is it worth the risk? Is it, because the consequences and the actions you have to take are really brutal.
I think the thing that gets me is because I know some of the endings, and the fact that one of the endings is you get kicked out of your own house.
It's great.
Like, because you were too untrusting of people, and it's just like, fuck you, it's my house.
Yeah, but there's more of them than you.
Yeah.
Which is great. It's great. I love that. It's so wild to think about, because it's very much a game where you have to consider the trust. Like, it's like kind of like the visual novel, like trusting the other people. It's not like the visual novel. These ones are horrific potential like vampire monster people that'll eat your face.
And I think what's really kind of like unsettling about that game is that, like, I'm looking at the trailer now, but I've seen, like, again, gameplay of it and a video talking about it, where, like, they're not, like, super photorealistic, but they're just close enough that it has that uncanny valley look, and that's what really makes it unsettling.
It is horrifying, and I love that. Because, no shit, they don't look human.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, some of them are human.
But they just don't all look like they look like...
But they all look just weird enough.
The guy who made the art took full advantage of our pop culture of the Mandela effect and shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's taking full advantage of it, because there are people that look so, like, off, but they're just normal people, and it's fucking crazy. And I love that, because I don't think it would work as well without the Mandela. I'm sure it'd work well, just not as good as, like, with the Mandela catalog shit, right?
Yeah.
The fucking, all that crap. So, yeah, I love that. That's why I like the art style. It's weird. I like it.
Yeah, it definitely like works on that fear of the Mandela. I'm just kind of like looking at the trailer, and it's like, yeah, it seems like they've added a lot to it, because I've not even heard of any of this. Oh my god, I've not even heard of any of this stuff.
Yeah, the last time I saw it was, I think, who was it? It was a YouTuber. I can't remember which one.
I feel like it might have been Wendigoon, but I don't know.
I want to say Manly Badass Hero.
Or maybe.
That's what I watched.
I know I watched someone talk about it, and it was like essentially like a summary of what was out at the time.
Yeah, just like a preview.
It was always crazy how, like, if you chose to kill somebody, their body is just left there. And it's just like, y'all want to just do something about that? But I guess not, because it's too dangerous to go outside.
Yeah, you're not gonna bury shit. I'm not going out to bury anyone. The sun kills you, and then there's monsters at night that kill you.
And then there's that weird freaking shirtless guy. There's very clearly a fucking visitor.
Yeah, he's very honest with you about it. He's like, nah, I'm definitely not human. Which is the worst sentence to say. Because that's just horrifying. It's like, at least you're honest, but fuck you anyway.
God.
It's great. Looks like we're all good for the game today, so barring
Yeah.
something cataclysmic.
Yeah, barring something that really just fucks everything over.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, it is out now. The trailer says out now. And again, it showed a lot more people, a lot more shit, a lot more fucking gore.
Let's go.
And
I'm always down for new, interesting horror.
And only
know.
for what is probably roughly $15.
Yep. Again, I might pick it up later, not right now, but it's one of the thing of I'm just appreciative of new horror titles and like things that just nip at you that aren't jump scares.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You know what it is about No, I'm Not Human that really, really unsettles me that it reminds me of?
So what's it?
You remember like the old Flash game Exmortis?
Oh my god! I haven't thought about Exmortis in decades. In actual decades.
Yep.
I'm sad that people like kids nowadays are going to experience Exmortis.
I feel like because it's an old Flash game, it would be hard to play again. But I feel like when Flash was dying, the creator spoke out about finding a way to like port Exmortis for
I would have
actual games. I don't know if he actually ever ended up doing it. I'm just gonna put on the chill vibes.
Yeah, I would have absolutely downloaded that shit in a heartbeat. Just, if not to play, then for preservation.
Yeah, I remember playing that game. I remember hearing about that game a long time ago. Hearing it was pretty crazy, but like at the time, so good for a Flash game. But what was really unsettling was how some things were like that photoreal, like Nintendo 64 Mortal Kombat look.
Yeah.
And it was just so gory. It was so crazy. I think it's still on Newgrounds. I think you can still play it on Newgrounds.
No way. No way.
Hold on.
Newgrounds,
I found it. You can still play it. It's on
Seriously?
it's on fucking Newgrounds. Hold on, it's on this thing called Ruffle. I don't know, it's like loading.
I'm looking up too. Oh, let's go. It's loading.
Oh my god!
We're so back, boy.
Oh my god, we can play Exmortis.
Oh shit. I like how it's rated M. Oh, let's go.
Oh my god. I remember Exmortis. I remember for me it was scary. I remember eventually once I like got a little bit older and tried playing it again, I was able to kind of like, I was able to beat 1. I think I was able to beat 2, and then I never got, I was waiting for the 3rd one, and then I just forgot about it, and by the time the 3rd one actually came out. But yeah, that's what this game reminds me of. It reminds me of Exmortis.
Hell yes. God. Also, the guy who makes Salad Fingers is making new episodes. He just released a new episode, I think, a couple weeks ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It was a shock when he came back. He's like, "Hey guys, I'm not dead. Here's more salad fingers.
Wow.
It's unchanged. The voice is still the same and everything.
Wasn't that the one with the priest? Which one are you talking about? Exmortis? Because I think the pro tags of Exmortis, there are 3 pro tags. I don't think Exmortis you play a priest. The first game you play a camper that keeps that every time they don't commit the ritual, they're in a loop until they commit the ritual. The second one, you are someone trying to escape from the apocalypse that the first game's ritual brings about. And then the third one, I don't know who the protagonist is, but but I remember it being pretty hemking scary. Although then near the end it starts becoming less like a horror game and more of a like not like a Doom sort of thing, though there is a bit of a shooter like a FPS shooter thing near the end. But it sure was. But yeah, there was Exmortis, there's Exmortis 2, and then Exmortis 3. And you have to, and again, the first one is pretty well known. Exmortis 2, like, really built on the second one, and Exmortis 3 sure did exist. But yeah, because people were able to save certain things onto Newgrounds, and Newgrounds still wanted to support these sorts of things, it was able to help a lot of people find a way to preserve these old Flash games. Yeah. But I remember it being pretty scary, very unsettling.
Yeah, God. I almost have to see more things being preserved.
Let's see. Oh, wow. Exmortis was their first Flash game after only knowing Flash for a year. Cult classic from Newgrounds that nobody remembers. Played this 20 years ago and thought I refreshed my memory of what horror Flash games were like. Lots of text and in-game photos. Yeah, again, it was kind of a crazy game. Let's see if I can find a video about it. I know Markiplier played it. The spooky house contains only good things. Oh, that was Manly Badass Hero. Exmortis 2, a classic and terrifying horror Flash game with an excellent story. And again, very at the time, this would have been considered a very gory, very like edgy, without being like super gratuitous. But it was still pretty crazy. The Exmortis trilogy, nostalgic gaming.
God.
The forgotten finale of of Flash horror, Exmortis 3. Forgotten demonic point and click. Exmortis 2, the most disturbing Flash game you've never played. Oh, I played it. I played it.
Mhm.
It also was, again, when it came to like back then when there was a lot of like jump scare screamers and stuff, this was definitely one of the earlier games that also used that to really, really like unsettle you and make you feel for what was going on. And then there's a little bit of reading because again there also is a lore. Ah, man. I'm still too much of a weenie to play it though, I'm gonna be real. Like even thinking on it now, I'm like, we've got about 2 hours before game, and I feel like I feel like a complete weenie. I'm definitely down to watch someone else play it. There's an Exmortis walkthrough. It's an hour and 55 minutes. It's very long.
Jeez.
But it's all 3 games. We can probably get through the first 2 games, honestly. We can just watch a playthrough of someone else do it. But I don't know if they just like speed through it. If the creator releases a collector's edition of this on Steam, I'll gladly buy it. Very Lovecraftish, horror vibes.
We have Igni and Nico Sugar Girls another day. Hooray.
Yeah. Cause Nightshade was the one that proposed the idea.
Yeah.
You missed the final pages of the diary, the ones that were ripped out of in the kitchen. Oh. Yeah, it's a shame the 3rd game took such a drastically different direction. It lost the horror feel of the 2 previous games.
Rip that, I guess.
Yeah. Well, again, because like by the time the 3rd one comes in, now it's time to like save the world, because like at the end of Exmortis 2, you learn of the villain. You learn of the villain and what they're going to do. In the 3rd game, it's time to stop that. So it's more of a hopeful experience instead of this dredging through blood and gore and horror. You're trying to fix that now.
Jeez.
Yeah. I'm glad the 3rd game took a drastic turn. I'm so tired of the jump scares. Yeah, that is the thing too. Again, 1st and 2nd Exmortis games definitely had some jump scares. Okay, the first 2 games are like the first hour.
Oh.
And then the last hour is just the 3rd game.
Jesus.
Because again, this was, at the time, this dude was like, I'm going to make actually like a full ass game in Flash. And that was crazy. Because again,
Really
it's like
what people could do.
most Flash games were not that long. Just in general, they weren't that long. They were maybe like a half an hour to maybe an hour. Well, no, not even. Sometimes they were like maybe like a half hour to 45-minute experience. An hour if you took your sweet time. You could make like visual novels in it. I remember there was a creator called Pacthesis that would make a lot of dating sim games. And like their biggest thing was more replayability and a loop than actually making like a full concrete story, a full-on game. And still, you weren't, and even for the longer ones, you weren't going to get like a full-blown 40 hours out of this. You weren't. It was free, but it was still a thing of like to the level that even the original Exmortis was at the time was like, holy shit, this is a lot. Man. So, but the first Exmortis they finish within 12 minutes. And honestly, the first one is really short. It is very short.
Yeah, it is what it is there.
Yeah. Trying to like see here. Yeah, you wake up in the woods with a lump on your head. You can't remember how you got there. All you can recall are the dreams. It's late, cold, and you're unsure of where you are exactly. Fighting through the headache, you regain your focus. You see a house in the clearing and decide to shelter there. Anything is better than freezing to death in the woods.
Objectively.
Yeah. I think I can chill vibe and watch an Exmortis playthrough so I don't have to play Exmortis.
Okay.
Let's see. Actually, let me leave it to a poll actually.
Okay.
Let's see. We'll do, because there's not that many people here right now, we'll do a little short poll. Do we play or do we watch? Watching means we can yap more. Playing means that I'll be more focused on playing it. It is an old horror game. There are jump scares. But I feel like we'll be able to have a better experience. I feel like either way, we'll have a pretty good experience because it's gonna really feel like going down memory lane.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. It's also because we're a little crunched for time.
There's a smidge.
Just a smidge. Just a smidgy smidge.
A smudging.
Alrighty, so poll says,
Emerald.
Quick poll. Hi, Emerald. Quick poll, but looks like we are watching Exmortis. So let me just quickly.
Well,
Well, let me take off some of these tags. These don't need to be here. There we go. Alrighty. Let me
Exmortis.
bit. Lol. Bit. Let me just mute here, and then let me make my way over here. Alrighty. Heckin'. My wrists are still fucked, but you guys voted. Some of y'all might not remember the old AF game at Exmortis. I should not have played this when I was younger. Anthony remembers we were talking about we were talking about Hello, I'm Not a Human, and I was like, it reminds me of Exmortis, and Anthony's mind was fucking blown. So...
Like, I remember. It scared the shit out of me.
I played this game before. Exmortis, for those who do not know, was an old Flash horror game. One of the old goats of Flash horror. Like, if you played Flash games, whether it be on Newgrounds or Cool Games or whatever shit, if you played a lot of those and definitely dipped your toes in the horror genre, at some point, at some time, you either played or you had brushed the leg of Exmortis. Exmortis was pretty extreme for the time. It had jump scares, so it was, the earliest of cheaper horror, but there was definitely a story of some sort of cult, satanic sort of things. Before, like, we've always had games like this, but Exmortis did things a little bit differently, and it accomplished it with Flash of all things. Like, this was one of those things where you could play a terrifying game for free, made with a program that people usually use for like dating sims or silly cartoons. Someone made a game of it, and then they made another one, and then they made another one. So we might only have time for the first 2 games of Exmortis. We might do the third one maybe another time on another chill vibe stream. I'm not sure. We have enough time to essentially cover both. We'll see how things go, because there's also a lot of documents and reading, and I have a feeling that this playthrough doesn't stay on that stuff. And to really get the story was reading the journals that you found along the way. It was up there with Road of the Dead. It was pretty it was pretty up there.
God.
That's pretty cool.
Actually, before we go into it, when did Exmortis first come out? I know it's on Newgrounds, but when...
You're not sharing the screen, but
I know.
When did it come out?
2004.
2004. That's
2004.
It's 21 years.
Yeah, 21 years ago.
It's older than Roblox. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm disintegrating as we speak.
Yep.
I am aging.
A Flash game that was on Newgrounds until the Flash series servers were shut down. It was quite a game. And again, even though Flash was gone, you can still play this game. It is on Newgrounds. The creator was Left for Web Design. It was his first game, Flash game ever. He's got other ones like Purgatorium. I don't know if that one was any good, but it seems to have pretty high star ratings, so it probably was. Exmortis 2 is considered the best one out of... Yep. Exmortis 2 was considered the best one in the series, and Exmortis 3 was its conclusion. And I guess Orca Rampage to 2010.
I've never heard of these because I didn't do horror back then.
Yeah,
this is really cool.
I remember being young, being told about Newgrounds, accidentally like playing a Naruto dating sim game, and then turning out that it was porn at the end. And young me didn't need to see that. I remember immediately. I remember immediately. Sakura's mouth opened, a penis went in, and I clicked out of the tab. And I was like, no, like
I should not have had unrestricted access to the internet when I was young. I should not have done that.
Same.
But I am who I am now. See, there's a stark difference. I didn't click away.
Yeah, no,
In fact, I fell down the rabbit hole of that shit way too young.
I immediately was like, I should not be looking at this. I need to click away right now. If someone walks in, I am in trouble. And
that was always the fear.
It was not the biscuit for the risket. I'm gonna say right now. I was in that thing of like, I was very prudish. I had my own kind of reserves about sex. I didn't need to know about it yet. And it scared me in a way. But yeah. So that being said, let us, I don't know what this is. Cosmetology of Kyoto, the scariest educational game ever. Oh, that's interesting. Alrighty. Well,
that sounded for another day. Holy shit,
yeah.
That sounds awesome.
That sounds very interesting. I'm just looking here real quick. Yeah, we won't worry about like going into any crazy stuff. All right. Heckin', I'll put the volume up a considerable degree. Not something that when we do see the jump scares, it will be too loud. That being said, the first 2 games do indeed have jump scares. But apparently the third game, which starts at around the 40-50 minutes in, apparently completely just changes direction. So let's heckin'.
I reserve the right to leave suddenly.
If you wish to.
Let's do this.
Yeah, if you wish to leave suddenly because you become uncomfortable or anxiety ridden, or you're just not into the blood and gore, it for the time it was pretty fucking gory. I feel like in a way it still kind of stands compared to stuff that's coming out now, but It's unsettling. It's definitely unsettling. It definitely, the first time I ran into it, it gave me nightmares. Alrighty, so 3, 2, 1, Exmortis.
Mortis.
Keeping an eye on my volume. Yeah, see that shit.
That was goofy as shit, bro.
It gets you though.
God damn it.
See?
Shut up.
Thankfully, no people were harmed in the creating of the graphics of this. Just very good Photoshop.
Yep.
But still very convincing Photoshop. Holy shit.
Okay, that was just goofy.
Me when I heard.
Me when I. You wake up in the woods with a lump on your head. You can't remember how you got there. All you can recall are the dreams. It's late, cold, and you are unsure of where you are exactly. Fighting through the headache, you regain your focus. You see a house in the clearing and decide to shelter there. Anything is better than freezing to death in the woods. Yeah, guys. Anything is better than freezing to death in the woods.
Can't argue that.
Look at that. Look at that house-ass house.
It is a house
Our
on
house.
the hill.
In the middle of our
house.
hill.
I
Our
can think
house.
of a few things worse.
Yeah. Ah, shit. One sec. Hold on. I wanted to fix something with VTube Studio really quick, but just lower Bernard out of the way there. But I forgot that it does that thing. Okay, enter the house.
Unfortunately, while you were doing it, you got hurt.
Got hit.
I can't believe this is 21 years old, dude. I'm actually decaying. Could that be where the thumping is coming from?
Yeah. The torso hung up by the arms. Oh, yeah, you go.
A torso hung up by the arms has been written.
You retch at the sight.
A symbol.
Second level hallway. Oh no, it was 5 when this came out. Oh, baby.
There's no reason here, so why is this roof lamp swinging? How did so much blood get on the roof? Close the door. The bedspread is soaked in someone's blood. The gramophone is unplugged, but it's still rotating. How is this possible? The painting on the wall is of a familiar landscape. There's a safe behind it. Oh, it appears to be a human heart. A strange symbol is smeared in blood on the safe wall. A dark leather-bound book entitled Exmortis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're gonna have to pause. All right, this is gonna be a minute.
Alrighty.
Pause. Okay.
Alrighty.
The Book of Exmortis. What was before the dawn of man and beast, the earth realm was ruled by the ancients, mystical beings transcending life, death, time, and reality as most mere mortals know it. The days before life and light were ruled by darkness and chaos. The ancients roamed the plane of existence and lived on the blood of conquest and rule over lesser entities. There were many of these ruling archaic spirits. However, one by one over many millennia, their greed and arrogance saw them turn against each other. They sought blood, destruction, and dominance over their own kind, and many immortal sentients met their demise as a result. The consolidation. I can't fucking read today. That's going to be problematic for me tomorrow. The consolidation of the remaining powers saw the ancients' rule divided amongst the remaining 3. Azrael, Kafta, and Velez.
I think it was called Vlayu.
Vlayu? It's hard to see. The fucking the fucking pixel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a W. Azrael, Kafta, and Velu frequently exerted their wrath and cruelty through their ferocity towards each other's dominion. The blood of many was split as the remaining three fought against his brother for the spoils and power that they each possessed. Upon the battlefield, Azrael's forces reduced the armies of Vlayu to dust, culminating in the long-awaited glorious victory. But his compassion towards his defeated brother saw Vlayu get a reprieve from the certain destruction that he faced. Knowing that defeating Kafta's forces would require many more millennia of fighting, Azrael appointed Vlayu as his general, knowing that the power of 2 agents was enough to win undisputed control. In a final bloody battle in the Crimson Sky, the penultimate confrontation played out. Kafta, not realizing that Vlayu was still corporeal and leading Azrael's armies, made the grave mistake of underestimating the strength of his opponent. The losses took the Kafta forces by surprise, and before they had time to regroup, Vlayu had plunged his sword deep into the heart of...
Flip page.
Pause. His defense... Azrael's forces...
Pause. I'm gonna have that on speed dial now.
Yeah. His sword plunged into his defenses. Azrael's forces streamed into the last stronghold of Kafta, slaying every sentient entity that stood against them. Kafta's armies were eventually defeated, leaving Vlayu triumphant in his victory. His subordinates fought ferociously, and they were to be rewarded with a unified rule over the Earth realm. Azrael, holding no compassion towards Kafta as he had for Vlayu, destroyed the life force of his nemesis and claimed the kingdom as his own. With his totalitarian control, he decided that Vlayu was no longer of use to him. Unfortunate for him, he did not count on his armies siding with the powerful Vlayu. In a furious realization of this challenge in the face of certain ascension, the Earth realm shook with the power of Azrael's anger towards his army's treachery. Vlayu showed no mercy towards his brother, knowing that he could not make the same mistake that Azrael made. Without hesitation, Vlayu had Azrael slain by his own ethereal hand, and he assumed control of the consolidated kingdom of the Earth realm. The tyrannical rule of Vlayu lasted for many millennia, with no one to challenge him, but conspire certain forces did against the sole remaining ancient. They bode their time, recruiting supporters of the overthrowing. Okay, that's a way to describe that.
Yeah.
Vlayu was ambushed and overpowered by his trusted advisors, but knowing that only one of his own kind could destroy him, he had his corporeal presence removed from existence for eternity in the demonic spirit form. The remaining world of archaic lessers were dispersed and were governed under each individual's rule. It was true chaos with no joint agenda. Vlayu, without corporeal form and no longer able to physically alter the world, roamed the Earth realm for the rest of existence. Diminished in power, he still had many followers to which he would spiritually...
Pause.
Let's see.
That's gonna fucking end my life.
Love it.
Let's see. Oh. There we go.
Which combined his life force with, instead existing as a single powerful entity, Vlayu becoming subversively indestructible by being many. He called his new legion of existence Exmortis. What is the appearance of soul-bearing creatures of flesh and blood saw in the new rule within the Earth realm? Over many thousands of years, man destroyed countless lesser entities, some very powerful, even some who helped overthrow Vlayu's previous rule. While man was physically weak in comparison to the entities of dark times, their souls gave them many advantages. And it was due to these advantages that the Earth realm entities were reduced to minimal numbers. A world once ruled with strength and might was now in the hands of the weak. The handful of ancient entities sought to influence and control humanity for mutual gains. Vlayu's Exmortis prospered where other entities failed, purely because of their strength in numbers and the wisdom of the mighty ancient himself. Together as one, the Exmortis was worshipped widely in the world of man, but human nature led to conflict, and the cult of Vleyu was tragically culled and almost forgotten. With every passing human year, Vleyu's influence and power in the Earthrealm was diminished, until all that remained was what was recorded in the written form. After the death of the final disciple, Vleyu and the Exmortis slept, until the day humanity was ready for the anointment of his hand. What will be? Prophecy in the word of Vleyu speaks of the coming hand of repose. Anointed with the blood of 5, a selected man will transcend humanity and evolve to become the link between the Earthrealm and Vleyu's Exmortis. Awakening the ancient form, his...
Pause.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure it. On the page, bitch. Okay.
Awakening the ancient from his slumber, the hand will be charged with the power to bring about the uprising of the cult of Exmortis once again. Blood, wrath, and strength will once again rule the Earthrealm, and Vleyu will walk tall and rule amongst mortals as was meant to be in the time before light and life. The right of charging the hand. Translated from the Aramaic Cult of Exmortis scrolls, the rite of charging the hand reads as follows. Devoured the crimson life of 5, marks of Vleyu given to thee. Mirrored below, the soul survives, what was, what is, and what will be, by Xavier Rayahim at 1890.
Mm-hmm. And then the corporeal form of Vleyu.
Vleyu kind of looking like a fucking Killer Instinct fighter, not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, yeah. Some fucking Diet Geiger.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Reading
I think
somebody's
the
really funny fan fiction. Yeah.
I think it was the most real response to that is to just leave it in the safe and not just put it down.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't find that.
Yeah. Just an ordinary, if what, somewhat dirty bathroom. The bathroom is filled with seems to be human blood, and the window is boarded up, maybe by someone who valued their privacy. We found a key lodged in the pipe of the sink. This is not a normal bathroom, bro.
Just a bathroom. Who are you to judge?
The hallway shrouded in the shadows. The hallway leads off into darkness. It has to be some kind of hallucination.
Yep.
Just another painting. Ah! Another hallucination. A picture of the pentacle.
Yep.
A grandfather clock sits ticking away in the corner. Use the key to open the door. There's something very unnerving about this sculpture. That's the thing in the room that you should look at first.
That's the one, yeah.
The word remember is smeared in blood on this mirror.
Hard to see, but okay.
A severed arm. This house is turning out to be a graveyard. Something written here. A symbol. There's a book here that doesn't quite fit in. Xavier Rayan, circa 1878.
Alrighty.
GR. The tale of my daughter Gwen is a sad and sorrowful fable. I refer to it as a fable for my mortal brain, cannot begin to comprehend the horrors that I have witnessed in this house. So I cast what I have witnessed into my memory as delusion and morbid fantasy. My small family moved to this house of solitude last summer to escape the perils of society and to mourn the unfortunate death of my wife Julia. Tuberculosis claimed her life only months before my move to this place. Hindsight is a beautiful thing, and knowing what I know now, it was a move that I would never again make. The days rolled onwards towards inevitability, and my daughter and I continued our simple existence. Being a scholar myself, I enjoyed passing the time reading the literature left here by the previous owner of this detached house. Many of the fine works kept here proved to be very old and of extreme interest to me. Some works proved very challenging indeed, and very hard to translate. The library provided here had an abundance of books flavored with subjects focused on the occult. One particular book caught my interest, simply titled Exmortis. The word is a derivative of Exmortis, which loosely translates to the dead. It was from that moment that I finished translating this book, from an unusual dialect of ancient Aramaic, mind you, and read the final English translation that our troubles here began. My daughter, the only other occupant of this house, grew distant from me over the course of the following week. She developed rageful tendencies towards my parentage, and she started having seizures, which worried me immensely at the time. But these unusual events didn't limit themselves to my daughter. I began having nightmares so ghastly that I dare not recall them. Suffice to say, I was concerned by the disturbing changes to both my daughter and I. After the first week, the hallucinations began. I recall hearing noises and whispering, as well as sensing movement in my peripheral vision. I constantly had the feeling that someone was in the room with me, but upon searching, it was clear that I was alone. My dear Gwen, however, became less active all of a sudden. She was almost catatonic at stages and not reacting to conversation or physical prompting. She would just shuffle her petite form around the house and stare blankly through me whenever I confronted her. Mm-hmm. It was shortly after a month of this behavior that I began to notice certain physical changes in my daughter. She seemed withered in her appearance, but her face would at times seem bloated and twisted horribly. It wasn't until a fleeting moment in my day that my hope was crushed forever. My darling Gwen broke free from this new personality she had gripped her for months. She screamed and cried for me to help her, to save her from the monsters that now plagued her body. All I could do was hold her in my arms and assure her that I would free her from the prison she was trapped in. And then she was lost forever. The Gwen I loved had resurfaced for only a minute, but to me, it was enough to realize what had to be done. That night, while she slept in her room, I crept in with a dagger in hand and plunged it deep into her heart. She writhed and convulsed in agony, and while all I could do was just watch and sob from the corner, in her dying breath, the real Gwen locked eyes with me and spoke, "Thank you, Daddy." I sit here now, recounting the events that led me to this point in my insanity. My wife and daughter taken from me over the past 6 months, leaving me with nothing but their memories in this house. But I fear that now I am a target for the invisible force that resides within these walls. I am trapped, unable to venture past the front door or cellar hatch to the surrounding forest. I hear voices from all around me, cursing me for my actions. I occasionally see her, my Gwen, standing in the hallway, looking straight through me, unlike she used to. I hope that I have saved her soul, but after seeing her apparition on a daily basis, I fear that all I have done is aided my tormentors. I now spend my days reading, researching, translating the library, and I feel it is my purpose in this house. May God have mercy on my soul, and may death soon relieve me of the guilt I carry.
Yep. Yeah. Brutal.
Yeah.
Door?
A kitchen that's definitely is not part of the same house.
Yep.
Ooh, a severed head. It needs to be a fresh kill. Whoever the killer is, he will probably be back soon, and I don't want to be around for when that happens. Looks like there's a symbol smeared on the forehead. And a knife on the shelf. Jesus Christ. That's some CSGO shit.
Yep.
You should probably arm yourself with this.
Mm-hmm.
A tattered diary sits on the table.
All right. That's a lot easier to read.
Yeah, it is.
A lot easier to read. All righty.
May 14th, 1997. An unusually eventful day today. I stumbled across an unusual find whilst out hunting for deer in this remote wilderness. Stalking a wild steed into a clearing, you can only imagine my surprise to find a house, old and seemingly abandoned, but still standing strong. An interesting find, one that certainly has me curious. The next day, upon my investigation with the city archives earlier this morning, it appears that this house has been abandoned for almost 10 years and currently resides under the control of the local government. I feel that its location must be too remote for them to be able to tear it down, but I must admit that I feel drawn back to the house, mostly out of curiosity, but I cannot deny that there is something else about that place that has me yearning to return. 3 days later, I could not put it off any longer. I called in sick to the office today and decided that I would retrace my steps into the wilderness to once again find the house, which has been foremost on my mind of late. It didn't take much to find it again, as it was almost like I was being guided back to the exact spot I found myself some 4 days ago. Once I plucked up enough courage, I pushed open the unlocked front door. Admittedly, I was very surprised at the ease at which the door opened, considering that the hinge had probably built up a good 10 years worth of rust.
Mm-hmm.
To my relative astonishment, the place was still furnished, though very dirty, and completely run down. I was, and still am, amazed at the state of this place, considering that it had been empty for so long. I decided that I would explore the house and not disturb anything within. My fear had not subsided, and as a matter of fact, it is still with me as I record this journal some hours later. My curiosity took me through the kitchen.
Runaway says, "Oh hell no, an abandoned home in the woods is how you find a witch cult." I mean,
Yeah,
you're not far off.
Hey.
Hey?
I mean, yet.
Yeah.
My curiosity took me to the kitchen, bedroom, and lounge room before a thumping noise from the roof on the second level startled me so much that I ran straight out the front door and back through the forest to my automobile. As it was, I almost fell off a small ledge and into the thicket below. I felt a complete fool being scared off by rats, which I assumed they were. Some days later, I had a nightmare last night. All I can remember is the blood and the frightened screams surrounding me, and the house. The house is in my nightmare too. The next day, I called in sick to work once again so that I could venture out into the wilderness and explore the abandoned house once more. Not surprisingly, I found the structure with relative ease as I did yesterday. However, I was startled when I noticed that the front door was closed. I'm certain that when I left in such a hurry the other day that I had the door been left ajar. In any case, I eventually attributed the closed door to the wind, as I was clearly the only person who had been into the old house recently. I repeatedly scoured the house for anything interesting, heading back through previously visited rooms, and once again, as I passed through the hallway outside the main bedroom on the second level, I heard heavy thumping coming from the roof. I was instantly very tempted to repeat yesterday's dash from the house, but I swallowed my fear and continued on with the exploration. In the limited time that I had before dusk, unfortunately, I did not uncover anything that would help me explain the mysterious disappearance of the most recent tenants. The next day, I sit here in the lounge room of the old house by candlelight, recording in this journal the events that have transpired today. Although I am scared to within an inch of my life, I am bound to this house, and I feel that I do not have the strength or resolve to run back to my car at such an advanced hour. As I have for the past week, I returned to this house with the intent of uncovering anything that could help me answer the question of its missing tenant. I failed to uncover anything that could help in this case, but what I did find seems far more precious and disturbing than what I could have ever hoped for. I was scouring the library for any misplaced photos or letters, and I almost tripped myself over a leather-bound book sitting in the middle of the dusty floor. I was certainly miffed as to how I'd missed it within my movements through this house of the past few days. Picking up the book, I felt a slight empowerment rush through me. The distant sound of wind began to sound like whispers, and the room in which I was staying seemed to darken. I wondered what knowledge the scribe had passed down the ages for me. Enchanted by this aging literature, I retreated back into the lounge room, settled down in one of the most comfortable chairs, and continued to read through the contents of the book. Written in it seemed to be a red ink of some sort, and the content didn't initially make sense to me, as the majority of it was written in a language that is foreign for me. But in the back of the book, there were abridged translations written by a Mr. Xavier Rayan from 1890. The majority of what I could understand seemed rather jumbled and nonsensical. Rather disappointed, I closed the book and relieved myself of its burden. Things from this point became rather blurred and frighteningly surreal. The sound of the distant forest animals stopped, as if all life paused, waiting for my next move. The wind outside stopped pounding against the shuttered windows, and the candle winked out of existence, leaving me in almost pitch-black conditions. I listened closely, and all I could hear over my heartbeat and rasping breath was the whispering that I shrugged off before. It was coming from every direction, yet no direction at all. The whispering slowly got louder until it sounded like a dull roar. Voices of many different types called out. They cried in pain, screamed my name, and some shouted obscenities I dare not repeat. There are so many of them, so many voices. I felt multiple hands pin me down to the chair by my upper torso, but every time I flailed my arms out in front of me, they connected with nothing. Nothing but air. The harder I pressed against the chair, the harder it was for me to breathe, and soon I could not breathe at all. I blacked out. The last thing I remember was a flash of my nightmare from the night before, a flash of the blood, a flash of the screams, the house. I woke up about 20 minutes ago, slumped in the same chair. It is now long after dark, and I dare not brave the sub-zero temperatures of the woodland winter to return home this evening. Tonight I will be staying here in this accursed house. I sometimes think that I can still hear the whispering, or are they just echoes of my earlier brush with madness? I can feel the urge of slumber rush towards me like a freight train. I pray that I survive the night. June 1st. Plagued by nightmares more vivid than I care to remember, I awoke screaming. It appears that I slept through the daylight hours, but it didn't matter to me. I was incensed to fight the freezing conditions outside and return home, but I was scared to move from this spot. They started whispering to me again. I want to leave, but I can't. They won't let me. I scream at them, but they just laugh and utter obscenities back at me. What have I released upon this world? 2 days later, Vlayu spoke to me today. It is he who has spoken of the Exmortis. With every word he whispers in my mind, I tremble as if my soul has been shaken to its core. 4 days later, June 7th. I have been here for over a week now. Surely someone must be looking for me by now. I pray that they find me. My captors here won't let me leave. Every door, every exit, the handles turn, but the door does not move on its hinges. June 16th. I no longer fear death. I actually pray that it comes from it. June 30th. They still torment me, keeping me here, keeping me alive. They need me to I can't even write of it. July 20th. I feel my sanity has almost left me. I hallucinate so vividly, I can't tell what's real and what is not anymore. The ancient shows me images of his former glory. I don't understand why they want me, why they need me. July 26th. I'm actually surprised. I am told that they seek not to control me, but they seek to assist in aiding, they seek my assistance in aiding the inevitable. But why do I continue to resist? What they tell me makes more sense than anything I have ever known, and I still fear them and what they will do to me should I refuse. But at this moment, I can't think of a single reason why I should. August 13th. Is acceptance all that I have ever yearned for? But the greater good here is far more complicated, yet so much easier to obtain. They smile upon me now. Strangely, though, I like it. I find myself basking in the warmth of their chilling promises. August 22nd. I am comfortable, and I am learning about the true nature of the world and what is beyond it. I don't know why I continue writing in this journal. I guess that is the last semblance of my humanity that I have within me. It's ridiculous, though. I am becoming much more than human with every moment that I spend under their patient tutelage. I have been tempted to throw this journal into the fire and on many occasions. Reading over its pages only reminds me of how weak I used to be. I lost track of the day, but I'm sure that I have been here for over a year. It has been a long time since I have entered anything into this journal. I can rejoice, though. We will have company at last. I will finally be rewarded. A group approacheth to provide me with the everlasting cup of life. A day away, no more, no less, I am told. Wrath, death, blood, my day has finally arrived. The Exmortis shall make the world remember what was, and I will be integral in reinstating what will be. I can see them now, a group of campers as was promised. 3 males and 2 females. Now all I can do is wait. Wait for my time. Become their hand. Immortality beyond patience. Patience beyond the domination, the dominion. I can taste it now. Anoint me, Lord Vlayu. The time has come.
Yeah,
Yeesh.
dude went pretty fucking mad in here.
What the fuck?
There's no food or anything in here, so they kept him alive here for a year somehow. They just wouldn't let him die.
Creepy.
Because that's a year in here with nothing. There's nothing here.
A human cannot survive more than 4 days without food, without water. Can survive more than a little over a month without food, though.
Yeah.
Science is horrid.
But he's been here for a year. At least a year, he says.
Yeah.
Second floor.
Maybe I should try the no food challenge.
Aw.
Let's try the Exmortis challenge.
Any
door is
percent
now
speed
ajar.
run.
Oh, cool. The blood of Gwen Rain stains the sheets. It was over 100 years ago that she was murdered. How can the blood still be wet? Gwen Ram, or just under hallucination?
Wake up.
Suppose I haven't seen a game theory on this game.
It's old. It's an old game, and it's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, there's not much theorizing. It kind of answers its questions and ends itself pretty succinctly.
Fair enough.
What a ride so far, though. The door slams locked behind you, and actually it's up against the wall. You pick up a blood-stained axe. Oop. The gap's not big enough for you to squeeze through it. What the fuck does that mean?
You couldn't squeeze through it before. You had the
Call me
door's locked
fat.
behind you.
I like that the axe is just still there.
Yeah, I couldn't
Why would you
open
drop? Yeah, no. Yeah, fuck that.
Exactly.
If I found a weapon, you best believe it's gonna be glued to my hands.
Mm-hmm. God damn.
it. Yeah.
The symbol appears on the forehead. That must mean this is the fifth sacrifice. If I'm not the one of the 5 campers, then who am I? I can't be. No. Please, no.
Small hole in the wall. Key buried in the dirt.
Jeez.
Use the key to open the door.
Welcome
What's
back.
up, bro?
God.
You have served us well up until this point. Now, sir,
Sword on.
become the hand of Exmortis. Devour the crimson life of 5. Marks of law given to thee. Mirrored below the cells of life.
Look the symbols in order to solve the puzzle. Make the run and make a run for the forest.
The hordes of Exmortis swept across the earth, a plague unlike anything humanity had ever encountered. In their final stand, a handful of mankind's last survivors stood their ground, defiant of their inevitable fate. And in those last moments, as death took these brave souls, a stranger passing in the distance puts his plans in motion. Where is your god now?
And
This
now we're in
very waste.
And now we're in Exmortis too.
God damn.
So
Yeah.
It's pretty heavily implied that you are playing the guy that wrote that whole journal that went mad in the house.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Because
Yep.
at first you think you might be one of the campers and that, you know, you woke up with a bump on your head because you maybe fell or were trying to escape the house, but you don't remember what you were escaping from, so you go back in the house. I don't remember what the implied story is, but like that you're the guy that went mad that has been told, "Hey, campers are here. Here are your sacrifices. Kill them and do the ritual." But when you do it again and you realize that this is what's going on and you realize who you are, you have the choice to run out into the forest. I can't remember the exact thing, but if you choose to run into the forest, you have to go through the house again, essentially retracing your steps, and you leave the house. And then you get attacked by something, and then the game starts all over. You wake up, bump on your head, it's freezing cold. Oh, look, there's a house over there.
That's crazy. I love that, though.
The implication that the implication of just you have tried, you've woken up to your senses and have tried to run away multiple times. You just keep getting bumped.
Yeah, and running into the campers, you either something takes over you, which leads to them dying, or like with the last one, you kill them in self-defense.
Because they go crazy.
Because they went crazy in the house too. I think before the last one runs to you, they said something like "freaking over here, you bastard" or something like that, which again heavily implies that you killed the other campers. Until at some point you decide to run out of the house. So the little in-betweens here and there are a little bit fuzzy. And I don't think are directly explained to you, but you are the person that wrote that long ass journal that for some reason the house just called to you, you kept going back, and then you were trapped. Now you've done the ritual. The ritual has been complete. The first protagonist becomes the Hand of Exmortis, and the apocalypse has dawned upon Earth. So this barren wasteland stretches in most directions as far as the eye can see. Sometimes I wonder if there's anything left to fight for. Runaway, if you're still in, you definitely can join as well.
Those over here is called Rendezvous Point.
Yep. This one was considered, it looks like my orphanage. Oof. The sky has been stained blood red since the Exmortis started, systematically eradicating mankind from the face of the earth. The mountain range overshadows the terrain. It once was teeming with life, but now is as barren as the rest of this planet seems to be. Now here's a really cool thing, because I don't think they're going to do it here. You can just stay on this screen and do nothing.
Yeah.
And the sky becomes darker and darker, and there's a timer. If you do nothing and you run the timer, you get a jump scare and the game starts over again.
Hey. That's funny.
Yeah. The abandoned church was to be the resistance rendezvous point after the final stand against the Exmortis.
Hey, just wait for a second.
Yeah. Someone has written, "Where is your God now?" When the Exmortis emerged, faith in our religions quickly turned into spiritual resentment. It looks like the monastery I lived in as a kid. It's a very bare bones looking monastery. And it's possible that that when creating this game, they grabbed like they wanted a very desolate, very bleak looking area to really send home of, this is all they have left. This is the most rundown fucking teeny shitty little fucking cot they could find, but there's a cross on it. It's a church. It'll do. This is humanity's last bastion. this? While we wait for Anthony, I'm gonna do a quick little ad run. That way we can also kill the ad timer. We've got about 1 more hour, and I'm pretty sure this is the longer one. But I think it's definitely a lot more game and a lot less reading. The first game was a lot of reading. Which is why I was surprised. I was like, that's 15 minutes. It's because we're reading. So I'm gonna take a quick pee break. I'm not gonna. Actually, I'll go BRB for a quick bit. That way, like when I come back, Anthony like knows that we're on BRB. I'll be right back. Alrighty. We are back. Is Anthony back?
Here.
Alrighty, hell yeah. Okay. I just want to take a quick little pee break while you were gone. Alrighty. So yeah, when you stepped away, someone has written, "Where is your god now? When the Exmortis emerged, faith in our religions quickly turned into spiritual resentment." And then I talked to, because Runaway was like, this looks like the monastery I lived in as a kid. And it's like, yeah, they probably pulled this from like countries or a poor community that this is all they had. But it really also gives a picture of what a desolate shit situation humanity is in. That this, out of all the grand churches and cathedrals, this is all humanity has left.
Mm-hmm.
This fucking shithole.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. The abandoned church was to be... Okay. Wait, 1 second. They, like, freaking went too quick about that. This abandoned church was to be the resistance rendezvous point after the final stand. Okay, that's new. This door leads inside. I only hope that beyond its darkness, I will find some survivors of the battle with the Exmortis. Each pew is covered in a thick layer of dust. There hasn't been a living thing in here for a very long time. Can I be the only survivor of the battle? Holy shit. There may be nothing living left in here, but I'm definitely not alone. It isn't of the Exmortis, though. I would be dead by now if it was. We got bloody footprints. A door just opened. Well, side of the booth is empty. Something or someone is clearly in the other booth. The window looks through the other booth. Whoever's in the other booth is looking back at me. What could he want?
Mr. Hanning, please sit, for my time here is limited. I take it the battle didn't go as planned, and An unfortunate inevitability, I'm afraid. Nevertheless, it has aided and allowed me the passage I required to make contact with you. The Exmortis know you're here, so I must be brief. All might seem lost to you in this dark hour, however, I am here to bring you hope when you have none. I have here with me a parchment which you will do well to read carefully. The knowledge within its pages will shed light on your path towards removing the scourge and allowing mortal man to begin rebuilding. I don't doubt that you are wondering if I am trustworthy or not. However, at this point, neither you nor the remaining fragments of humanity have anything left to forfeit. I'm afraid mankind's fate rests on your next course of action. For your sake, I hope you make the right choice.
The door now seems to be working okay. If the Exmortis really do know that I am... God damn it. I'm here. I should be making a quick exit before they arrive. This is the booth that thing was in. The door seems to be working now. A vile stench hangs in the air that was trapped by this enclosed booth. If I can't see that entity, at least next time I know I can smell him coming. Pound of bound papers rests on the stool. This must be the parchment the entity explored. Prophecy of the Hand. Oh, Prophecy of the Hand. One night I dreamed. A darkness once dormant, patiently waiting, was now emerging from the shadows. A light growing brighter from beyond a dark chasm, wrapping around a pillar stained with ancient symbols. Many millions of shrieks and screams engulfed me where I stood, until I felt the burn rise up from the floor, and it too consumed me. My soul ripped from my shell. My soul ripped from my shell was flattened and became a pathway. It became a link between the ancient world and my reality. Unspeakable monstrosities crossed over and began devouring every living thing. And then, a fiend of unspeakable size and malevolence looked at me and smiled as he crossed into my world. He introduced himself as the Ancient of the Exmortis, Vleu. I could see myself, a tattered, broken man suddenly imbued with an insatiable power. I felt a sudden drive to destroy all that I knew and return it all to how it used to be before light and life. I saw myself become the Hand of Exmortis. I saw what was, what is, and what will be. I then saw a strange dagger plunge deep into me, a man holding it, a mere mortal, and something else in the shadows. But then the darkness took me as I fell to my knees and the pathway crumbled, my soul lost forever. I don't dare to dream again for fear of what other horrors await. Property of Locklear Fields Ranch. The door leads back outside to the rear of the church. An old rusted coat hanger appears to have been rigged up as the makeshift aerial for this old car. The tracks on the ground indicate that this old rust bucket of a car still works. As old as it is, it still needs a key to start. I wish I knew where to fucking find one. Seems that set of keys has fallen through between a couple of slats of this wooden... Stop it! The fucking player thing gets in the way. I wish there was a way to, like... Is there a way to make it so that the player doesn't freaking do the thing and get in the way?
If there is, I have no idea.
Yeah.
It annoys me too.
Yeah, there's a way to, like, full screen it, but it doesn't take away the player when it's playing. And the chapters are in the way, so I also can't see shit. So it seems that a set of keys have fallen through between a couple of slats of this wooden board patio. However, my hand is too large to fit through the gap to retrieve them. Running is not going to help. The Exmortis will be on me like a flash. I wouldn't last 30 seconds. Fuck. Think. There we go. This is the part. So this cloud moves ever closer and it gets darker and darker and darker. And if you take too long, you lose.
Okay.
Success. I've got the keys. There's nothing left here for me now. Oh, fuck. Those fast-moving clouds can only mean one thing. They are coming for me, and it's not for a chat. I don't have much time. Xavier's legacy. This is the Locklear Fields Ranch the document from the church led me to. What possible significance could this place have in the scheme of things? The door leads inside. I don't know what waits for me inside or what I am even looking for. Got a feeling I won't have to wait long to find out. The picture frame fell off the wall when the door slammed shut behind me. The stairs lead up to a second level. They're not really covered in too much dust, so it seems this place may have only recently been occupied. Door to my immediate right leads to an adjacent room. Clearly there's some kind of entity in this house that doesn't agree with my presence here. Nevertheless, the door just doesn't want to budge open. Alright. The sheets on the bed are soaked with the blood of this poor woman. A huge splatter of gore seems to have hit the wall. The naked female corpse on the bed here has a massive hole in her chest. The bedside table has a small drawer. All it contains is a Bible. I'd take it with me if I was still a religious man. Small bedroom table has a small cupboard. Slightly worn and torn diary. Alrighty. January 28th. Well, I got digging around in the dusty old cellar today, and I came across a whole heap of old leather-bound books with each and every page blank. So I thought to myself that I might as well put one of them to good use. I guess I got myself a new diary. It is quite remarkable how good the condition of the books are, and considering how old they look. It continuously surprises me the amount of handy items I find in this place. I know this place has been under the care of my relatives for over 100 years, but you would think that in that time, someone would have taken the time to go through all the old crap from the previous occupants of this place. In any case, the unpacking process is almost complete. It still seems a little weird that my wife, kids, and I are now living in old Uncle Charlie's ranch. It's been years since I've last set foot in this place before he passed on. Charlie and I never really got on so well, so it was certainly a surprise to find out that he left this place to me in his will. I wonder what he meant by, only you can understand the ranch, and if you can't at first, you will learn to. Certainly seems like a last little cryptic jab at me from beyond the grave. Anna is settling in okay. I had to do a hell of a lot of talking her around to moving away from the city. She wasn't going to go without a fight. But I think she's finally happy that she broke away from her dead-end job and kind of looking forward to a simpler life out here in the sticks. The kids are always keen for change, so it didn't take much coercion to make them see this as a fresh new start. I think the thought of having horses, cows, and chickens to look after made them forget that they'll be rooming together for the first few weeks, until I can get the rooms at the end of the hall emptied out, cleaned, and converted to top-quality living quarters. Well, I've got a lot of work ahead of me in the next few months, but I feel good. This was a good choice. A welcome change. I just hope Anna relaxes in her new home. January 30th. I got a fair amount of work done today. I finally finished the fencing around the southern field, but the oddest thing happened as I was finishing up. I had a strange compulsion to look back at the house, and I could have sworn that I saw someone watching me from behind the window in the room at the end of the hall. Anna and the kids were out running some errands, so that is why I take note of this being odd. I just put it down as my eyes playing tricks on me. A full day of hard work under the hot sun can play tricks on your mind. Anna still seems a little standoffish about the move. She's not 100% convinced that we're making the right move here. I told her to give it some time, and that it will grow on her. Still, her stressful attitude is rubbing off on me. I snapped at Zoe today, which is very unlike me. She ran off to her room crying, and I went up to apologize and explain that Daddy is a bit stressed with the move. She really didn't warrant my anger, and I felt bad about it for a while. She was all smiles after our little talk. The 6-year-old's mind is an enigma to me sometimes. February 3rd. It's been a strange few days. We had an old picture of a man and a girl hanging up near the front door. I don't know who they are or what purpose Uncle Charlie had with such an old portrait in the house lobby, but I felt it was time for something a little more modern. I took down the photo and mounted the family photo we had taken this past Christmas. I threw that old portrait in the cellar with the other old junk I need to sort through and turned in for the night. I got up in the morning to walk to the kitchen and found that old portrait hanging up in the exact same spot which I had removed it from, but no sign of the family photo I had replaced it with. I did a bit of searching around the place without any luck. Guess the next word? Hey! So I asked Anna and the
Nice.
kids. So I asked Anna and the kids about it, and they claimed that they knew nothing about it.
Haha.
But what really angered me out was that when I went down to the cellar, I found the photo with its frame all smashed up on the floor. I immediately brought it to everyone's attention, but still no one admitted to the deed. I must admit that I flew off the handle a bit, and once again, Zoe and Daniel both ran sobbing to their rooms again. Such disregard for my authority in my house will not be tolerated. I shouted at them as their little legs bolted up the stairs. Claire just sat in the living room, glued to this damn idiot box TV. Kids. I replaced the frame for the Christmas photo and remounted it on the wall in the lobby. Once again, discarding the old portrait to the cellar, but this time I locked the damn door and strung the key around my neck for safekeeping. The damnedest thing. The next morning, I got up to find the old portrait back on the wall, and once again, the Christmas photo was back in the cellar all smashed up. How is that possible? There are no extra keys cut for that door, and there sure as hell ain't a skeleton key for this place that I know of. I don't have any remaining spare frames, so I guess the old portrait stays where it is for now. I swear, sometimes I think I'm losing my mind. 12 February. The local sheriff dropped by today, asking questions about if we'd seen anything unusual or if we had any suspicious-looking people out of character for the area. I told him we hadn't. When I asked him about what was wrong, he let slip that in a neighboring settlement, a whole bunch of people were found dead, ripped to shreds by some frenzied assailants, were his exact words. Ah, fuck. I moved my family out here to get away from that kind of shit. Valentine's Day. I found a clipping in the local paper about the murders in St. Remy. 28 people dead. That's virtually a whole town. Fucking where? And the demons from hell? What the fuck? They're either smoking some good crack over there, or the local God-fearing community has an overactive imagination. I finally got the energy and time to clear out the old desk and books from the room at the end of the hall, but I just couldn't get the door to budge open. The handle would turn, but no matter how hard I pushed at it, it just wouldn't work. I got tired of fighting a losing battle, so I put off the clean out of the room until later. I did manage to get the other room cleaned out and kitted up with Charlie's bed and furniture, so she'll be spending the night in her own room for the first time in the house tonight. Daniel and Zoe are still sharing the same bed, but hell, at 6 and 8 years old, it's not like there's not going to be enough room on the same mattress for them. And in another of her firsts in this house, Anna and I made love this morning. I think she's finally coming around to the move, though I do think that the murders in San Remi have left her shaken a little. Too close to home, I think. And the thought of men, women, children being mutilated like that chills me to the bone. People can be fucking animals sometimes. 15th of February. I woke up last night with a fright. Standing over Anna and I in our bedroom was Claire. She said that she couldn't sleep, that a man kept sitting on the end of her bed looking out of the window. I told her that she was just dreaming. Damn it, she's 11 years old and should be able to differentiate between fantasy and reality by now. I walked her back to bed, tucked her in, and sang her back to sleep. I was still half asleep at the time, but I could have sworn that the stuck door at the end of the hall was open just a crack, on the way to Claire's room. It didn't occur to me at that time to check in again. All I wanted to do was go back to bed. 18th February. More murders. Local news broadcasts mentioned that more people were mysteriously killed. Now a town further away had been hit and virtually wiped out just as San Remi had. What is going on in this world for shit like this to happen? Out here in all places. I didn't mention anything to Anna about the new lot of murders. There's no use in making her any jitterier than she already is. Besides, Now she's finally relaxed a little, and we're getting some sort of resemblance of we're getting some sort of semblance of normality back into our sex lives. If anything, she's become a little more energetic and enthusiastic than she has ever been about when it comes to that. I can't read. Claire's still having problems sleeping. She keeps talking of a man sitting on her bed and looking out to the back through her window. Anna and I are taking turns at babying her back to sleep each night. Anna is sure that with time she'll get used to her room and it won't be an issue for much longer. I certainly hope she's right. I could do with an uninterrupted sleep for the first time in a while, especially with the amount of work I'm doing during the day on the ranch. I need as much sleep as I can get to save my energy for dealing with the damn horses. They seem very spooked of late, a pattern of stubbornness that I can do without. 23rd February. The sunset was amazing today. It was the most beautiful pinkish red sky that I'd ever seen. Anna and I sat on the front step and toasted it with a couple of glasses of Chardonnay. Simply stunning. 24th February. That damn door just won't move. I tried oiling it, removing the latching, chiseling the frame, and even kicking the fucking thing down. I'm getting over it very quickly. I'm this close to scaling the outside wall to break a window to climb in. Claire's taken a turn for the worst. Even though she's not complaining about her mysterious man on the bed, she's basically shut down. The most conversation that I can get out of her is an occasional grunt, and she spends most of the day sitting in front of the television when she's not at school. She always looks so tired and unwell. If this continues for much longer, I'm going to have to take her to see a doctor. 26th February. New hunter. 500 dead. This is very concerning. These murders are not slowing up. If anything, they're increasing at an exceptional rate. Police have no further information other than the assailants possibly being of some sort of satanic cult. It all sounds rather vague to me. I know it's selfish of me, but the only positive thing to come from this is that the spree of murders seems to be moving away from us here. But I know that doesn't make us safe. I cut the clipping out of the newspaper and put it in with the others that I had from the original San Raimi killings. I don't know why I have this morbid fascination with these recent events. Maybe it's because it's so close to home. Something else that I've noticed of recently is that the daytime sky isn't as blue as it used to be. Almost purple in appearance at times. The sunsets of late are amazing though, but I'm starting to miss the familiar blue hue of the daytime sky. 2nd of March. I spoke to Claire today and got a semi-coherent response from her. It's the first substantial conversation that I've had with her for quite a while. Anna noticed that her bed seemed undisturbed last night, almost as if she didn't sleep in it. Anna convinced me to buy a gun today. I'm definitely not a gun person, which seems odd considering that I'm running a virtual farm here. But for the protection of my family against these marauding killers, it seemed the only sane thing to do. I've heard numerous rumors about the killings that have been happening. People eviscerated and ripped limb from limb in their own house, out on the street, in backyards, whatever they happened to be when attacked. I even heard that the attack that left Palo Alto completely depopulated had the town literally painted in blood. I cannot even begin to imagine how this could happen. And I'm even more surprised from the apparent complete lack of a federal government response. No one can go within 10 miles of New Hunter without getting turned away by local law enforcement. There's definitely some sort of investigation happening. 5th March. I woke up very early this morning because I thought I heard a noise coming from the end of the hall. I picked up the gun and cautiously stalked from room to room, checking on everyone. Daniel and Zoe were fast asleep. Imagine my surprise when I got to Claire's room. She wasn't asleep in her bed. In fact, she was wide awake, sitting on the corner of her bed, just looking out of the window to the back field. I approached her and put my hand on her head, which was soaked with ice-cold sweat. She jumped, startled with my presence, and let out a shrill, high-pitched scream unlike anything I had ever heard before. All she could do was cowl away from me against the wall and scream as loud as a banshee. The commotion woke everyone up, and soon I had Anna sprinting to my side in a dazed and frightened state. It took about 15 minutes to snap Claire out of whatever episode she had been having and return her to her normal state. There was a startling moment when I could have sworn that I saw a reflection in the glass of her window of someone moving behind me in the shadows. There just wasn't something right about that room. We hustled Claire into Daniel and Zoe's room where she spent the rest of the morning sleeping. Anna and I both decided that we would move Claire's belongings out of that room and let her sleep with her siblings indefinitely. It would be tight and stuffy for them, but Claire seemed more than happy to hear the news of the move. 11th March. The news has just come in. Los Angeles and San Francisco are under siege from these marauding killers. I'm speechless as I write this. Everyone has been huddled around the TV downstairs for hours, watching report after report of the events, and it's being reported that there are just thousands of people dead in just a space of a few hours. Anna's been trying to call her family in LA with no success. All lines of communication to the city seem to be down. I pray to God that they're okay. Information on their well-being is scarce, so all we have to go on at the moment is what we see on TV. The broadcasts are apparently under restrictions as to the content they could show due to the graphic nature of the images and the government stepping in and blockading certain footage. But the descriptions of some of these creatures is more than frightening. They're not human, we are being told. I went down to the local mall and bought a corkboard, which I have set up in Claire's old bedroom. I've started clipping articles and pinning them up there. I still remain morbidly fascinated by these events. More frightened than fascinated, I suppose. But to know thy enemy is the first step to defeating thy enemy. Well, that's what I've been saying to Anna to justify my new hobby. 12th of March. LA is a graveyard, and San Francisco isn't much better off at the moment. Millions of lives lost. The president made a statement today, but it was all rhetoric about defending our way of life and making sure justice would be served. Just another way of saying that they're scared and clueless on the course of action as we are. The military has been engaging these creatures for most of the day. From reports I've seen, they aren't faring so well. The casualty rate is ridiculously high, but all military press conferences I've seen have been of a positive nature. Hopefully, there isn't the war propaganda machine turning. Anna received word that her brother Joe got out alive, but it doesn't look good for the rest of her family. Her parents were smack bang in the middle of LA, so even if they managed to start the exodus of the city, these creatures would have been on them in no time. This is insane. Am I dreaming? 16th March. We nuked them. I can't fucking believe it. We actually dropped a nuke on them, on our own soil over residential land on the upper Pacific coast, after only 1 day of engaging the enemy. It's too early to know if it was effective, but just the realization of how completely worst-case scenario this must be for this sort of action to be taken, well, it just boggles the mind. Anna's brother Joe is driving here. He's going to stay with us for a while. I'm going to set him up in Claire's old bedroom. Hopefully he won't suffer the same adverse effects that she bore from that strange feeling room. But at this stage, considering what's happening, that room is the least of our worries. 17th March. Well, we've just been advised that the nuke has not stemmed the flow of violence. In fact, I think the words that were used were completely ineffectual. We're being told that these things, which have been referred to as Exmortis, have virtually wiped out most of our towns, villages, and cities along the Pacific coast, and are heading north up to Canada. No! And back east to our other coast.
Ha ha ha.
They were like, we're gonna skip the Midwest. The Midwest sucks. We're gonna go through Canada. We've been lucky in that these things started off around this area somewhere. People have been saying that Exmortis We've been lucky that when these things started off around this area somewhere, people have been saying that Exmortis numbers were, when they initially hit San Remi, were minute compared to the millions they now consist of. We were spared, but it won't be long before we see them coming back this way again. Oh Lord, please let us find a way of stopping these things before it comes to that. Joe arrived today. All he had was the clothes on his back and the car he came in. The stories he had to tell us were just dreadful. Even he only just managed to escape the maelstrom. Apparently, he got a frantic, garbled phone call from his and Anna's father telling him to get out of the city immediately with no questions asked. He did exactly that, but he never heard from his parents again. All he could say was that his father sounded more scared than he ever had heard. He could hear his mother sobbing and praying in the background all through the call. Joe must have choked out the words through tears at least a dozen times. At least they were together in the end. Anna has taken this remarkably well. She was shuffling around the cellar this morning and emerged in an old Bible. She'd never really been a big religious nut. But when I caught her sneaking it into the bedside table drawer, she told me that having it close makes her feel better. I love her so much. 18th March. Something has Joe scared more than he was when he arrived. He won't talk about it, but he's adamant that he doesn't want to sleep in Claire's old room again. I have noticed that he's sporting some pretty vicious bruises on his face, arms and ribs that weren't there yesterday. When I asked him about them, he'd either change subject, ignore the line of questioning, or just pretend he didn't hear and go off on tangents. We've relocated him to the living room as a temporary arrangement for now. 28th March. It's official. Washington has fallen, and Air Force One failed to make it off the tarmac before it was set upon. What hope is there left for us? Our military is all but wiped out. Everything we've thrown at them has failed, and now reports of China and Japan coming under siege. The mood here in the house is quite melancholy. It's almost like we've given up any hope of avoiding the apparently inevitable fate set before us. We've been told that the current rate of advancement, and if the Exmortis follow an assumed course sweeping back down the east coast and then back across west towards us here, we only have another 3 weeks. Tops. Where are these things even coming from? How did they grow to such mammoth numbers in such a short time? But the million-dollar what the fuck questions are who they are and why are they doing this? I'm afraid that we won't live long enough to find the answers. March 31st. New York has fallen, millions upon millions more dead. The front of the East Coast seems to be following the expected pattern at the moment heading south down the coast while spreading the umbrella further west every day. I try to continue collecting as many news articles as possible. Press productions are particularly hard to come by at the moment, but we still have a steady trickle of information coming in, even if nearly all avenues of delivering them are stemmed. TV is down to only a couple of local channels. Suffice to say the word programming doesn't exist anymore. It's just a constant barrage of news and images of the rampages across the world. April 14th. I still keep track of what's happening in other countries as much as possible, but as I've mentioned previously, information is getting much harder to come by as more and more countries are overrun. I've heard that we have earned some sort of reprieve here. Apparently, a major majority of the Exmortis have broken off and are headed south to swarm over the Southern American countries. As much as that takes some of the pressure off of us here, there is still a smaller surge of creatures doubling back this way, probably to finish off the smaller communities. We remain on high alert, staying within close proximity to each other at all times. Anna is the last remaining optimist among us. I would have lost my mind a few weeks ago if it wasn't for her positive influence. With every day that passes, they get closer, and I feel my sanity slipping just a little bit more. April 18th. Electricity went out today. At least we had the forethought to stock up on batteries for the few essential items like flashlights. 23rd April. Anna spent most of today clearing out a lot of the junk from the cellar to try and make it into a makeshift bomb shelter. A few creatures have been spotted dashing across the open country only 50 miles from here. So while we're now in harm's way, the Exmortis must have been spread pretty thin in our locality. Anna is of the opinion that if they aren't in such great numbers around here, we might stand a chance if we hole up in the cellar. I'm not so sure myself, but it is definitely a better option than just standing out in the open waiting to be slaughtered. Most of the local properties have purchased portable CB radios and air horns to alert neighbors of incursions. People are getting jittier by the day, it seems. 29 April. There was a false alarm today at the Jackson house. As soon as we heard the air horn, we frantically rounded up the kids and huddled into the cellar, only to hear Bob's sheepish apology radioed across on the CB. Dog. It was just a dog. I haven't laughed so hard in ages. In fact, I haven't laughed at all in ages. Poor old Bob Jackson was probably getting an earful from his wife. I'd hate to have been in his shoes today. May 12th. The Colbys are dead. They didn't even have time to get into their shelter. After a few hours of waiting anxiously in our cellar after the alarm, we broke radio silence to check on everyone's welfare. The Colbys were the only ones that didn't answer. Joe, Bob, and I geared up and drove up to the Colby house, and nothing could have prepared me for what we saw. Greg, Karen, and his kids were just torn to shreds. Karen's torso was strung up from the tree out in the back, and her legs were just a mutilated mess at the foot of the stump. We found bits of Greg scattered around his back porch, and the kids. Oh God, the kids. The suffering they would have been subjected to. I am dry retching as I write this. No one deserves to go through that. Is this what we can expect? Will my own children, my own flesh and blood, end up the same way that the Colbys did? What kind of fate is that? Seeing this level of inhumanity firsthand has affected me more than anyone will ever know. May 23rd. Since the Colbys' things have been pretty quiet, our provisions have started to get fairly scarce these last few days. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to hold out for. May 28th. As much as I hated doing it for so many reasons, Joe and I had to return to the Colby house to raid their supplies. We managed to scavenge through provisions to keep us going for another few weeks at least. But beyond that, I'm unsure of what we'll do. June 9th. It's almost been a month since the last alarm was sounded, but Joe claims to have heard some rather worrying news. This could all be hearsay, but he was told that this is purely the calm before the storm. Joe was told that further inland, a rather large horde of creatures have been slowly heading westwards. Over the past few nights, I have noticed a distant buildup of strange clouds just hanging in on the edge of the horizon. I fear that we don't have much time left. 13th of June. Nowhere to run and hide this time. The clouds on the eastern horizon have been getting larger since my last entry. The buildup of creatures around that direction must be massive. The distant sound of thunder now permanently hangs in the air. I don't think hiding in the cellar is going to work this time around. The Exmortis are in the final sweep, and I don't think they'll leave any stone unturned. No time left, no hope. I can't stop thinking about the Colby family, their faces twisted in painful screams as they were ripped to shreds. To make matters worse, our food supplies have just run out. Joe has offered to make a mad overnight dash to the old town center to raid some of the shops. I told him it was pointless. At the rate those clouds were approaching, they'll be in on us before he can get back in time. Food means nothing if you're not alive to enjoy it. But he went anyway. Joe, you fool, you'll never get back in time. Damn. Damn.
Yeah.
Not like you have a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's brutal. That's all days before the fucking ugh.
Yep. Which means that those fucking things.
Children, no matter how many times I bear witness to such inhumanities, I just can't get used to it. The Exmortis must have swept through here recently.
Yeah.
The old mattress looks like it's been in this room for years. It currently serves as a pointless cushion for the poor souls in front of me. The Zippo lighter rests on the floor in front of the bed. The door on the far end of the corner. The blood of the little girl stains the wall and floor here. She didn't even see it coming. Can still feel her melancholy presence in this room.
That's the corkboard room.
Mm-hmm. Corkboard hanging on the wall here. It's covered in newspaper clippings of from the events. Probably right up to the press stop running at least. A newspaper clip titled United Nations to Forge Consolidated Effort, No Hope. Bloodbath, State of Anarchy, Washington in Flames, Infantry, Mobilized, Martial Law declared, Major Cities under siege, America at war, nukes failed to stop Exmortis, Japan and China demolished, millions more dead. Keys hanging from the pin on the corkboard. Someone has scrawled no hope in what looks like blood. Yeah. Mass murder. Ghastly accounts of the murders of 28 people in San Remi. Eric Barber, 23, was a witness to one of the more numerous eviscerations. It was a demon from hell that just jumped out of the shadows and tore in that poor man. He was gutted like a fish. I hardly made it out alive. San Remi was a township of just 30 people. However, last night's events, it will surely become a ghost town.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was... And these are all the 500 killed in township of New Hunter Burns. These are hard to read. Rural communities from New Hunter are in shock today as it revealed that estimated 500 people were gruesomely killed by marauding assailants. Local law enforcement authorities are adamant that the recent state of murders is not on the increase and that the investigation into similar killings in surrounding towns is making viable ground on a daily basis. People have issued a statement claiming that all evidence points to a satanic cult. Eyewitness accounts have led police to further claim the men disguised in extremely lifelike Halloween costumes have been perpetuating these insidious murders. From all further accounts, these murders appear to not be gender or race specific, and there is no clear pattern or common method of execution. At this point, local authorities are being tight-lipped about the specific details of these murders. The families of the victims will be notified upon the seemingly mammoth job of identifying the bodies, which were left strewn about the streets and houses of New Hunter. Residents surrounding townships are asked to stay indoors after dark and are urged to not panic. Major cities under siege. Cities with loss of LA and San Fran fell victim overnight to a recent human massacre phenomenon that have swept across rural towns in the past fortnight. There's an estimated body count of close to 300,000 people in both major cities as of last night. Washington has yet to respond to yet another massacre, as once again citizens are left without answers as to the origin of the assailants that seem to be perpetuating this hideous murdering spree. I'm actually really impressed that I can read this. LA and San Fran police are working frantically to combat the marauding menace in an attempt to prevent further metropolitan casualties. The deployment overnight of 1,500 officers and 100 federal agents has so far failed to halt the onslaught. Police sources indicate that they have suffered almost 75% casualty rate thus far.
Yeah, it's real blurry, but you can kind of make it out.
Yeah. Exmortis Judgment Day? Exmortis. The mere mention of the name of these self-appointed executioners of humanity is enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. There isn't a soul left amongst us that has to answer to this plague of genocide. Our police and army have crumbled and was put to death like lambs to the slaughter. Our families and loved ones have been butchered. Our lands, trees, animals wilt and die under this new red sky. We are all familiar with the images of our major cities in ruin, gutted by the horde of demons and supernatural entities, whilst other countries look in shock and horror, yet confident in their own isolation from this cruel fate. But now reports of similar extinctions in China, Russia, and many European countries. This isn't the destruction of America. This is the execution of mankind. This is Judgment Day. Vatican City devastation. 11 p.m. Sunday. The words, the Catholic, the Christian communities of the world have never deemed possible were echoed over the airwaves of every remaining radio station. Vatican City was in ruins. The Pope and his clergy were all dead. Last bastion of hope and religious faith that mankind had held up until the point drifted away with the clouds of the storm of the Exmortis rode in on. In the days leading up to the devastation, the familiar images of the sky turning red as a precursor of the scourge's arrival became obvious. Rome and the Vatican prepared themselves as best as they could. Millions of Rome's officials flocked to the Vatican gates in the hope that the holiest landmark on earth would be the safest place from what they believed were the minions of Satan. At about 9 p.m. on Sunday, the clouds fell upon Rome, and it only took an hour before many millions of people were left slaughtered or trampled in the ensuing chaos. Even so, soon after news of the Vatican falling, reports worldwide of mass suicides in the remaining untouched areas of Europe, Australia, and Africa began flooding in. Mass denunciation of religions have begun. A world once so dominated by people of unwavering faith in their deity is now virtually stripped of any religion. Churches and other places of worship have been attacked. They are burned to the ground in London, Paris, Sydney, and Hong Kong. People caught praying are set upon by angry mobs, intent on displaying their anger at being cheated for so long. The world has surely become a darker place as revelation that we are. So then people start, at some point, the monsters weren't just killing people. People were killing people. Assailant's name.
Of course.
Police sources overnight have revealed the identity of the group responsible for the mass murders across the central, western, and coastal cities. Over the past month, the group identified as the Exmortis have been laying waste to every settlement, town, and city in the path. Scenes of unimaginable violence and carnage have dominated television sets across the world. Early reports of this thread as being a satanic cult have been dismissed after more recent graphic images were leaked in the information-controlled archives of the federal government. The many thousands of assailants depicted in the new footage have led analysis to believe that the Exmortis is not of human origin. Inhuman speed, strength, and ferocity have led us to believe that these are creatures of unknown species and origin, not human nor or any animal that we know of. Oh my god, Inhuman. Government. For some reason, I was like, government Pokemon. Government spokesperson Michael Bludley has confirmed the rumor of speculation of the nature of Exmortis. We have evidence to support that the recent notions that the horde we refer to as the Exmortis are indeed not of human origin. The limited scientific analysis we were able to perform on a captured sapient. Yes, we have determined that the creature is in fact not of any species that we are all familiar with. Further analysis is currently being undertaken. However, thus far we have made some startling observations of their behavior patterns and capabilities. The creatures tend to work together, almost as if they are one mind, so perfectly programmed to know the movements and intentions of each other that it is quite unnerving. We've also observed the remarkable strength, agility, and speed of these creatures. Nothing comes even close to possessing the attributes to the degree that these creatures exhibit. Further, to their physical abilities, we have also noted numerous supernatural aspects, including telekinesis and mental projection. Bloodbath. UN war offensive backfires. The UN Consolidated World Army offensive against the main front of the Exmortis was declared a failure in the early hours of the morning. Exmortis pushed into the Western Europe and halted for all of the 6 hours as UN forces launched the first of their planned take the battle to them assaults in the attempt to push the marauding demons back into Asia. It is estimated that the staggering 40% of the world army was lost in the initial hours of the attack. However, some advances were made in pushing the front back over the Italian border. The UN's controversial decision to use their armament of nuclear-tipped ICBMs appeared to pay off at 3:30 a.m. when numerous mushroom clouds were spotted on the horizon over the Swiss Alps. French and Russian biodivisions were immediately deployed to continue the pushback. However, the first sign of failure came in at 5:45 a.m. when contrast with ARD indicated 100% casualties of the biodivisions. It took an hour before the front returned to an earlier eastern French line and the final order for retreat was given. A staggering overall loss of an estimated 89% of the world army forces is expected to be announced to the media once the United Nations Council assembles for an emergency debriefing later today. It was the bloodiest battle in the history of mankind. It can also be considered to be the fastest and worst loss ever endured.
Yeesh.
Red sky, approaching storm. Scientists claim that they are unsure as to why our sky has started turning red. It's no coincidence that the staining of the sky commenced with the emergence of the Exmortis threat. But the scientific community cannot explain the strange phenomenon. We're currently working on the theory that the strange cloud formations which follow the main front of the Exmortis assault is somehow linked to the reddening of our skies. The evidence that supports this theory is that the red sky phenomenon seems more concentrated around the Exmortis front and its wake. Oh, this is going to be hard. Nations to force consolidated force. Today, the new head of the UN announced that the consolidation of the remaining armies of the world in a last-ditch attempt to halt the advancing Exmortis scourge. We believe that the last chance of survival humanity has is to put aside our petty differences and work together to combat the greatest threat we as a race have ever faced. Evidence communicated to us from the remaining splinters of the scientific community in the U.S. indicates to us that the creatures of the Exmortis are not indestructible. Physical harm can be brought upon these creatures to incapacitate them. The strength of the Exmortis comes from the insurmountable and seemingly endless numbers. We remain confident that a concise and concentrated strike against the main front of the Exmortis assault will halt their advance and allow us to push them back to the Asian nations. Nuke. Nuke doesn't work. Stairs leading back to the lobby. Stairs lead to the second level. Double set of doors in the adjacent hall. The door of the corridor seems to be unlocked, but is being blocked from the other side by something. Too dark to see anything in the shaft. I better not push forward without knowing where I'm going. But you have a lighter. Jump scare.
Yeah.
Jump scare.
Hee
It.
Your soul. It is a beacon of light in a time of such darkness. Your vision suggests I spent eternity engineering. My name is Savior. Pay reverence to my work.
Shaft sucks. Light stream from the call space through the vents. Beyond its haze lies another room, but I can't make anything out from here. Thankfully, it's large enough for me to move around this claustrophobic duct. The door on the right of the corridor leads to another room. Fuck.
Oh.
Poor guy. Fuck. That poor bastard had his eyes, arms, and heart ripped from him. Only the Exmortis are capable of this kind of cruelty. I wonder to myself, what is more ghastly? The sight of this poor soul hanging here? Or the sky stirring up in the background? From the looks of the blood splatter, it seems this poor soul was strung up before he was mutilated. One of those Sudoku puzzles sit on the table. They used to be all the rage, but I never got hooked. 300 squares and the puzzle are highlighted. Yay, Sudoku.
I like Sudoku, actually.
Yeah, but you gotta fill out the Sudoku puzzle. So how long is this Sudoku puzzle?
Jesus.
Oh, they're on that bitch for a while.
That's like 6 minutes.
Skip.
Oh, look, we did it. Wow.
Look at that, look how much time we saved. I say this because we only have 15 minutes.
Oh, shit.
We do.
Oof.
So we can finish this game. This second game ends in another 15-ish minutes. 10 minutes.
How does it end? But how does it end? We'll never know.
All right. Looks pretty good to me. Not bad for an amateur, if I do say so myself. Glad you're confident in your Sudoku-age. Store somewhat dissimilar, but it seems to be arrangement of children's clothes. There's a toolbox here. There's a small padlock. $831 that you got from the Sudoku puzzle, very likely. Assortment of tools. Probably good for that crawl space. Alright, appears to be a service hatch for some kind of air conditioning duct. Let's keep going. Now we can open that. Alright. The body of a man slumped over the table. From here, it looks like a self-inflicted gun wound did the damage. A bloodied gun lies on the table next to this corpse. It appears to be the weapon he used to take his life. The gun is loaded with 5 bullets. Thanks!
God.
The door leads outside to the back. This probably won't be any safer. House rear. The door of the cellar is open. The darkness cell chill that spins on my son. Blah, blah, blah. Stairs. Chills up my spine. Oh my god. These books look much older than the other piles scattered around the room. Wait. Quite a few of these are authored by a familiar name. Xavier. Xavier Rayam. Alright, how long is this book? Alrighty, so I can probably make through this book. This is not a long book. It is a long book. It's a long book. My dear reader, many years have passed since I have cast
They're all long books.
Yeah, they're all long books. Most of the game is reading, from what it seems. From what I don't remember this much reading. Many years have passed since I cast my thoughts to the memories of my demons, for my story is one of captive torment. Years of tortured labor to stay one step ahead of the constant threat of lunacy. Indeed, I pain to recall the memories endured from those years around the end of my young daughter Gwen's life, for she was lost to my blade. And it pains me deeply, however, as much as my hand was forced by them, my captors, yes, the demons that haunted my house, the possession of my poor daughter. They turned her into a puppet, held her soul for ransom in return for the translation of the text titled The Book of Exmortis. Of course, I did as they wanted. However, I fear that such work will come with dire consequences, if not for I, then certainty for mankind. When they returned her to me for a mere minute only to take her away from me again, I realized that Gwen was gone and never to return. I suppose in a way, I wasn't killing my daughter, I was killing the demons that took hold of her. I digress. My purpose for penning this text is not to alleviate the pained memories I carry with me, nor is it to gain unwarranted sympathy for my eternal plight. I ultimately utilize this medium to serve a dire warning to whatever years of humanity we as a species have left. An unspeakable evil resides in the hills, not half a day's trek from my current abode here in Locklear Fields. I have witnessed... Turn the page. firsthand the cruelty of the entities I have come to know as the Exmortis. I can only further elaborate on the threat these beings pose upon humanity once I have surmised the nature of the beast. To understand the history of one's enemy is to be one step closer to salvation. The following is a summation of the Book of Exmortis, the Dominion War. In the time before
Yeah, we
life
already read all this.
Yeah. Let's see. This is all like legit for real, like the same shit.
Summation of the Dominion War and Kafka's murder.
Yeah, so we read all this then.
Azrael, Vlayu.
Yeah, the manipulator of Leyu. Yeah, so it's a summary of the first book that we read in OG Exmortis. All right. Soul of 5 innocent soul bearers, marked with the symbols of the ancient Vlayu as a part to bridge the gap. Blah, blah, blah. The influenced man shall become the hand, his soul the pathway, and the source of the strength of the demonic horde. The Book of Exmortis, in its original Aramaic form, went on to detail the further ritualistic orientation of the link between our world and the spiritual plane, described quite frequently as the ancient land. I dare not put pen to paper again for the reproduction of the incantation of the hand for fear of my tainted soul. Following the tragedy that was my daughter Gwen, I was felt compelled to continue my work looking for an answer to this evil. I spent day after day translating more and more ancient occult texts pertaining to the dark arts which surround these entities. For years, I worked through each book of the archaic collection until I came across a precious find. Imagine my surprise when I located a text which could lead to the downfall of the Dominion of Exmortis. It was a text that I dared not translate whilst in the capacity of that isolated abode for fear of exposing to them my knowledge of this script, titled Vetus Adversarius, translated the ancient adversary. Over time, I worked to shake their attention, and when finally I broke free. I fled the wilderness and returned to civilization, eventually relocating here to a beautiful Locklear Fields homestead. It was here that I began to unravel the work I was forced to complete for the demonic Exmortis. I had managed to escape with the one text that could aid in my pursuit to right the wrong that I had been an integral part of. Within the pages of the Vetus Adversarius, I discovered a great many things. Most important of all is that the source of the demon's power was also their weakness. The man who will become the hand, his soul is the path between the spirit world and our own. Sever the hand, and the link is broken. The door was unlocked by the blood of 5, protected by fiends once dead, now alive. Circled by blood from the dark ancient rite, the mortal man makes the ultimate sacrifice. A weapon of fire takes a 5th for its own, creating a path to where the dark spirits roam. His soul will pass through the ethereal gate. Beyond it lies his God-given fate. The dagger of faith shall sever the hand, mortally pierced by the soul-bearing man. The light of the path cut off from the land, reducing the scourge to fire, ash, and sand. And it's a baller rhyme. For
Hell
many years,
yeah.
I have studied this passage for every possible angle. I have noted that the blood of 5 is once again prominent in creating the link between our physical world and the spiritual realm. But what of this mortal man's ultimate sacrifice? What of this dagger that the passage speaks of? And who is this man that the spirit references? I cannot answer these questions, but I am certain all will become clear when time is right. All I can do is make available the tools required for our Savior to rid the land of this plague when it inevitably comes to be. I know now that this is my purpose in what little years of life I have remaining. Now more than ever, I believe that within our faith, we will find the answer. The circle of life, portal to the spirit realm by the act of ultimate sacrifice involving the use of the weapon of fire. All right. Howard CB Radio sits at the table. I don't think you can do anything with it. But hey, JavisGames.com. Oh.
Hey.
Fun. The Voices of the Damned.
Yay.
Yay! There's at least one more book. There's at least...
Okay.
These kind of radios are so in nice foundation work. I'm glad I forked out the dollars to have my old house done by professionals. Ha, not that it really matters much. A hot water tank and a gas cylinder sit at the far end of the cellar. Unfortunately, a warm shower is out of the question. Alrighty. Oh shit, the Exmortis are getting closer. I don't have much time. I better get back in the house and figure out where to go from there quickly. To the gnarly scene in the kitchen. Window leads outside to the north. The door will explain why I couldn't get to this room for the hallway from the plank. Now the plank has been removed, I should be able to go through. Second floor. Rather large wet pathway. Toilet is splattered with a small amount of blood. There's no point in opening the lid. What do I expect to find in there other than the obvious?
Okay.
Bath is stained with blood of a recent kill, but whoever's blood is this is no longer in the tub. Set of blinds hang. Water supply is still functional. The tap seems to be working just fine. The Bible. With this dagger, sever the link, and the demon horde will fall. Within your faith lies the answer. What happened?
The Bible.
The Bible, yeah. The Brobel. Strange-looking dagger was hidden inside this Bible. Within our faith, we will find the answer. It all makes sense now. Stands in the doorway at the end. I better follow him quickly. The Exmortis are almost here. Sacrifice is written in blood on the wall. What is this sacrifice I have to make? I don't have much time to figure it out. A wooden chair sits in the middle of the ceremonial circle. I guess I'm supposed to sit here. What am I supposed to do? What is the sacrifice I have to make? Dry blood stains the floor in a circular pattern. Strange symbols sit at the something path. This must be the portal. A weapon of fire. This gun has taken 4 innocent lives. Oh fuck. I have to take my own life with this gun to open the portal. That's the ultimate sacrifice. I'm the 5th innocent.
Jeez.
Dominion. The spirit realm. Appears to be some kind of beacon floating in the netherworld. These buoys seem to be linked up and powered to link together. This is amazing. Never could I imagine that such a world had existed. There is just empty space as far as the eye can see. I can't imagine spending eternity here. There's another strange beacon drifting in the distance. These buoys need to be powered up and linked together before I can move forward. Okay, so it's just a puzzle. Okay. Similar beacon floating. There's a familiar looking ring. A funny puzzle. Doorway back to the Earth realm. So this is the Exmortis are recorporealizing and making their way to the human world. Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
Bum, bum.
Fuck me, what a trip. I don't know where I am, but I've somehow regained my physical form. The hair on my neck is standing on end. This place feels inherently evil. A box half full with bullets sits next to the corpse. It appears they are suitable for my gun. I better reload in case I run into trouble down here. Long dead corpse slumped against the wall. Empty shell casting rests on his lap. Must have been one hell of a last stand. What a way to go. Alright, the tunnel behind me. The tunnel ahead of me, actually. And this is where this is very clearly a Flash game.
Yep. These fucking weird little creatures.
I think this was in 2006 too. Definitely
Yeah.
before 2010. And yeah, you couldn't let those things get near you or it was game over.
Yep.
This has to be the hand of Exmortis. All I have to do now is use this dagger and it'll all be over. I hope.
That was more than 5 bullets.
Well, you reloaded. You reloaded just before getting in there. There was 5. Then you shot yourself. So then there's 4. And then you reloaded before coming here. I don't know how many shots he fired though. It looked like it definitely was.
I see.
Yeah. Human remains are scattered through the tunnel on both sides. I don't know how they got here, but it must have been one hell of a slaughter. The tunnel seems to stretch on forever to the darkness. I have nothing left to fear. I finished what I came here to do, and now I venture onwards to the unknown. Another tunnel stretches off to the darkness ahead. I have no idea where I am, and no known way of telling how long the tunnel system goes for. A set of cement rock steps lead upwards to the crest. I feel a very faint breeze against my skin. I must be on the right path to getting wherever here is. Very faint trace of light creeps over the crest. I think I'm getting close out of here finally. I finally found the exit, but a familiar figure blocks the doorway. Suddenly occurs to me that this is the entity I spoke to in the church. I've got so many questions for him.
Oh, Mr. Hannay, how good it is to see you again. Congratulations are definitely in order. You have accomplished something the combined forces of humanity could not. I must admit, when we last met in the church, I was unsure if you were the right person for the job. However, it seems my faith in you wasn't misplaced after all. Your actions have paved the way for a prosperous new age. Which reminds me, I must also remember to thank Xavier for his role in this. How is he, anyway? Still moaning about losing his little whore of a daughter? You soul bearers. So complicated, yet once again I find myself surprised in the ease at which your kind can be manipulated. Much easier than my former brethren within the Exmortis. Why the look of surprise? Surely you must have had some suspicions that I, Lord Blay, was the
Blay, okay. What? We're getting a raid, but we're about to end!
My fellow Exmortis deposed me as their leader many eons ago. Wouldn't it be rather unwise to put myself in a position for the same?
Hello, Eternal Dash. How are we doing today?
Only now do you realize I needed you to remove my enemies and clear
Moon Bunny. Yay, thank you again so much.
the world which has always been rightfully mine. And it certainly seems that you came through for me with flying colors. So, Mr. Hannay, for your role in this, I commend you. For your part in this, I applaud you. And for your help in this, I grant you a gift. A quick death.
And that's the first 2 games of Exmortis.
You played.
Woo!
You got played. You got fucking played. You were told you did all this thinking I'm going to save the world. This is what saves the world. And you only made it worse. You only
Turns
made
out Blay was not leading the Exmortis, someone else was.
someone else was. And in this case, it was the hand, which was the first pro tag. So he and it's weird because it's like, but wait a minute. The hand of Exmortis needed to be created in order to unleash the Exmortis. That's what he wants. But then you are essentially manipulated to exterminate the hand. But it seems like from that, you have given Vlay back control of the Exmortis. So, this is where we're going to stop for now, because the whole third game we will do at another time. We gotta go. It's time for fate. Thank God we're not too over. I'm gonna be sending you guys over to. Is Deco streaming right now? Has he?
Yes, he's live.
All right, we're gonna actually throw y'all over straight to Deco. We're gonna be over there pretty much as soon as we end. Thank you so much, everyone, for spending time with me. That was another wonderful, nice little weekend. Saturday, we will come back to finish Exmortis 3, and then we will probably have some chill vibes, or depending on how my wrists are feeling, we're gonna go back to Kingdom Hearts. I want to go back to playing games. So we will see you all next time.
Right.
We will have a wonderful night if you choose not to stay over at the Summoners Network, but I think you really should, because I think we're really fun and heckin' having all that stuff. Waves, oh hey, Exmortis, we're ending! We just did the first 2 games, so we're saving Exmortis 3 for Saturday, and this is new territory. I've never played Exmortis 3, so I'm actually kind of excited. This is good.
I didn't even know there was a 3. I thought that's where it ended.
No, there was a 3!
I know, I saw it when I looked at this thing, I'm like, oh my goodness.
Alrighty, guys. We will see you all next time. Bye-bye!
Goodbye.
In any case, bye.